마이크 테스트 들리시나요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 소리는 제가 들어가면 더 크게 말할 거라서. 마이크 테스트 하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스트. 안녕하세요. 2020 스포츠 산업 컨퍼런스에 참석해 주신 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 사회를 맡은 서울경제TV 아나운서 강주입니다. 반갑습니다. Hello everyone, welcome to the 2020 Global Sports Industry Conference. My name is Julie Kang and I'm the MC today. 2020 스포츠 산업 컨퍼런스는 문화체육관광부가 주최하고 한국스포츠정책과학원이 주관하는 연간 행사인데요. 저희가 총 3번의 행사로 진행이 되고 있습니다. 매년 2번의 국내 컨퍼런스와 1번의 국제 컨퍼런스입니다. The 2020 Sports Industry Conference is an annual event hosted by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and organized by the Korea Institute of Sports Science. 오늘은 올해 마지막인 글로벌 컨퍼런스로 코로나19 이후의 글로벌 스포츠 산업 전망이라는 주제로 저희가 한번 논의를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 전 세계가 코로나19로 인해서 이 비대면 사회로 급격히 전환이 되고 있습니다. 스포츠 산업 역시 그에 따라서 좀 크게 변화하고 있는 추세인데요. 이에 따라서 이제 코로나19 이후에 스포츠 산업의 해외 동향을 파악하고 향후 국내 스포츠 산업의 정책 수립 근거로 활용하고자 하는 오늘의 이 컨퍼런스는요. 스포츠 산업 분야에 큰 도움이 될 거라고 예상합니다. 2020 스포츠 산업 컨퍼런스 출발해 보도록 하겠습니다. Due to the COVID-19, our daily life is rapidly changing to non-contact life, and the sports industry is also facing various challenges. So the topic of the conference is the prospect of global sports industry after COVID-19 pandemic. I'm certain that today's conference will be great help to those in the sports industry in making strategies for the next year's business. 시작에 앞서 오늘의 컨퍼런스 형식에 대해서 좀 간단하게 설명을 한번 드리겠습니다. 오늘 발표를 해주실 해외 연사분들은요, 이제 시차와 또 인터넷의 불안정성으로 인해서 한국스포츠정책과학원과의 협의를 통해서 사전에 녹화된 발표 영상이 준비가 되어 있습니다. 사전 녹화된 이 모든 발표가 끝난 이후에는요, 저희가 질의응답과 또 종합토론 시간이 마련이 되어 있습니다. Before starting, let me explain the format of the conference today. The speakers prepared pre-recorded presentation videos due to the connection instability and time differences. After all presentations are over, we will have a question and answer and discussion session. 자, 2020 글로벌 스포츠 산업 컨퍼런스의 첫 번째 순서는 바로 개회사인데요. 한국스포츠정책과학원 정영린 원장님의 개회사가 준비가 되어 있는데요. 영상을 통해 만나보도록 하겠습니다. As a kick-off of the 2020 Global Sports Industry Conference, Dr. Young-Lin Chung, the president of Korea Institute of Sports Science, will have the opening remark. Let's watch the video clip.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 한국스포츠정책과학원 정영린 원장입니다. 우리나라 스포츠 산업 활성화를 위해 문화체육관광부가 주최하고 국민체육진흥공단 한국스포츠정책과학원이 주관하는 2020 글로벌 스포츠 산업 컨퍼런스의 개최를 축하드리며 온라인을 통해 함께 하시는 여러분들을 환영합니다. 지난 10월 16일과 11월 27일에 개최된 스포츠 산업 컨퍼런스를 통해 뉴 노멀 시대의 스포츠 산업 전망과 스포츠 한류, K스포츠의 글로벌을 위한 전략에 대해 심도 있는 논의를 진행한 바 있습니다. 이번 컨퍼런스에서는 현재 전 세계를 뒤흔들고 있는 코로나19 이후의 글로벌 스포츠 산업 전망에 대해서 다루고자 합니다. 이에 오늘 발표자로 참여해 주신 5분의 해외 발표자께서는 한국스포츠정책과학원과 사전 협의를 통해 발표 영상을 직접 만들어 보내주셨습니다. 예상치 못했던 코로나 바이러스의 확산은 우리의 평범했던 일상을 바꾸는 것을 넘어 우리 사회 전반에 걸쳐 거대한 변화를 만들고 있습니다. 강의실에서 공부하고 회사에서 동료들과 함께 근무하던 기본적인 일상조차도 비대면의 형태로 변화되었습니다. 특히 스포츠 분야에서는 극심한 타격을 받았지만 이러한 위기 상황 속에서도 스포츠는 비대면과 결합한 새로운 형태로 탈바꿈하여 팬들에게 전달되고 있습니다. 코로나19 이후 글로벌 스포츠 산업의 현황을 파악하고 미래 방향성을 조망하여 국내 스포츠 산업 정책 수립에 근거로 활용하려는 시도는 매우 시의적절해 보입니다. 이러한 측면에서 이번 컨퍼런스는 코로나19 이후의 글로벌 스포츠 산업을 전망하는 의미 있고 소중한 자리가 될 것으로 기대합니다. 끝으로 바쁜 일정과 익숙하지 않은 환경에서 이번 컨퍼런스에 참여해 주신 5분의 발표자들께 진심으로 감사를 드리며 온라인을 통해 함께 하시는 모든 분들께도 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 하루속히 코로나19가 종식되어 소중한 일상이 회복되기를 소망하며 다사다난했던 올해를 모두 건강하고 행복하게 마무리하시길 기원 드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 개회 말씀 잘 들어봤습니다. 자, 이번에는 기조연설 순서인데요. 스포츠의 가속화, 정치화, 그리고 뉴노멀이라는 주제로 엠리용 비즈니스 스쿨에 교수로 재직 중인 사이먼 체드윅의 기조연설을 영상을 통해서 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Thank you for opening remark. Firstly, Dr. Simon Chadwick, a professor at the Emliong Business School, will deliver a keynote speech with a topic of acceleration, politicization, and the emergence of a new normal in sports. Let's watch the video clip.
Good day, everyone. My name is Simon Chadwick. I am Professor of Eurasian Sport at Emliong Business School. I'm based in Paris and Shanghai, although at the moment I'm in the UK, working from home for obvious reasons. Hence the background behind me. This is a football stadium that some of you may recognise. Please permit me to share my screen. And what I can then start to do is to talk through my presentation. May I start by thanking everybody for listening to this presentation and thinking about it and maybe even submitting some questions. Can I also thank you for inviting me to do this? What I'm going to do as I work through this presentation is to talk about and to assess what I think has been happening this year during the pandemic. Obviously, it's been a tumultuous period of time, a period of time which for me personally has been significant because my house is in one country, I work in another country, but at the same time, my school has a campus in China. It also has campuses elsewhere in the world, but also I do a significant amount of work in the Middle East, in West Asia. And so trying to understand my own personal work, but also trying to understand sport as well, has been a particular challenge. But in doing this, what I've been able to observe, I think, is sport on a more continental and global basis. I know that in England, for example, people tend to have been preoccupied with what's happening to sport here. But hopefully what I bring and what I will bring during this presentation is a more global perspective. Just a little bit about me. I've already said to you where I work, and you'll see one or two other positions there. What I do is I work at the intersection of sport, business and politics, with some technology in there. And I have a particular interest in Eurasia. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with this notion of Eurasia, this is the landmass, including islands, the landmass, including islands, that stretches from Japan in the east right across to Reykjavik and Iceland in the west. So in between, there's Britain and Germany and France and Turkey and Qatar and Saudi Arabia and India and South Korea and China and obviously, as I mentioned, Japan. So this is what I have a particular interest in. And you'll see one of the things that that I do is not just work within academia, but with organizations in sport too, including the Qatar World Cup. And one of the things that I've been doing throughout this year is a piece of research on behalf of the Qatar World Cup 2022, examining the attitudes of football fans towards attending a mega event such as the World Cup in the pandemic era. I'll give you these details now rather than at the end, so you can get a sense of who I am and what I do. If anybody wants to make contact, you've got my email address there, but my Twitter account, what I tend to do is I tweet predominantly about sport, business and politics. So I don't tweet about my lunch, for example, or where I've been on a holiday. I use it very specifically for analysis purposes. And so you might find it helpful to look at my Twitter timeline just to provide an overview and an insight into the kind of things that I research and talk about. So, having done the preamble, if I could begin by talking about my old normal. And when I've been speaking about the pandemic this year, I've very often talked about my old normal. And my old normal was that I would travel around a lot. I would travel particularly across Eurasia, but also to the United States, to South America sometimes. I would obviously analyze and monitor different parts of the world. And what you've got in the photograph here is Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. And this was my last big trip before the pandemic came and before the lockdown happened. So I went to Saudi Arabia in January 2020 and found it incredible, a really interesting country to be in from a sporting perspective, very interesting. But a country, nevertheless, that I think has been really badly affected by the pandemic in lots of different ways. And we'll talk about Saudi Arabia a little later on in the presentation. But essentially, Saudi Arabia is a country that investing heavily in sport, developing infrastructure, creating events. I visited, wrote about it, got involved with various sport organizations there, and that was my old world. That was my old normal, and I think that was the normal for many other people. But then there was a day, and in my case it was a day in March. Actually, it was 2 days. First day was in France, when I found out that France would go into lockdown. And I left France to return to England, and then I found there was another day, a second day, when Britain went into lockdown. And so I say this is the day the Earth stood still. And some of you may know there was a 1950s Hollywood film called the Day the Earth Stood Still, which used to really scare me when I was a kid. So this is why I call it the Day the Earth Stood Still, because it was a very frightening moment in not just in human history, in terms of human health, but I think also a very significant day in terms of sport as well. Now, very early on in the pandemic, I was invited to participate in a roundtable, a virtual roundtable discussion staged by the University of Arizona in Phoenix. This was late March, and as you can see, this is a written piece to accompany that roundtable. This piece was published in very early April, on the 3rd of April. And I discussed in this roundtable, I brought to the table this notion that the pandemic could lead to a reset moment for sport. And this was something that had been discussed throughout February and March in Britain, specifically about sport. And there was a lot of conversation around if sport was going to be badly hit by the pandemic, it was going to be locked down, it would create a period of reflection that would ultimately enable those involved in working in sport, so governors and leagues, competitions, teams, broadcasters, sponsors, and other stakeholders, to really press the reset button and to take sport back to a place that it had previously been. And what I think what was particularly interesting about me mentioning this during this roundtable is that the organizer of the roundtable, the chair of the roundtable, found the notion that somehow sport during the pandemic would be able to reset and return to something else. He found that a really seductive idea. Now, I thought about this a little more, and I began to get into asking myself questions about what would a reset look like. And I think one of the big characterizations of the supposed reset moments that would come to certainly British, possibly European, maybe even world sport, was that we would somehow go back to an era before commercialization, or certainly where commercialization was much less significant than perhaps it is now. So that big money wasn't necessarily driving world sport in the same way as it has been. But I think there was also something too about the reset moment being synonymous with competitive balance. And if you take, for example, if you take English football, English soccer, French soccer, German soccer, Italian soccer, Spanish soccer, the big 5 leagues in Europe, there was a feeling that the pandemic would provide an opportunity for us to think about those leagues and who wins those leagues. And if you think about who always wins in Germany, it's always Bayern Munich. Who always wins in France? It's always Paris Saint-Germain. Who always wins in Italy? It's always Juventus. And so my sense was of fans and other concerned stakeholders believing that the pandemic and the reset moment would ultimately lead to issues such as competitive balance being addressed, and that somehow during the period of lockdown or subsequent to the lockdown, what would happen is that sport would change, that sport would be different, and that we would return to an era where there was stronger competitive balance and where we would have less intrusive and less dominant commercial interests. This then in turn led me to start thinking about, okay, what's going to happen in the future. So as I say, I'd spoken at the University of Arizona event. I'd listened to people talking about the reset. And then I began to think about, okay, when the pandemic is over, when the lockdown ends, when the pandemic is over, keeping in mind that this was the early part of 2020, I really didn't know when the pandemic would be over. I didn't know when normal would return. So I took to Twitter to begin to think about scenarios. And there was one particular piece of information from the Harvard Business Review that I found helpful and relevant in terms of conceiving what might happen in the future. But I started to think about different scenarios. And so as you can see there, scenario 1 was we'll have a reset moment and we'll go back to some point in the past. But I also conceived of 3 other scenarios too. So one where instead of returning instead of the pandemic being a reset moment and we return to the past somehow, the second scenario was we just go back to what we've had, certainly in Europe, over the last 10 years. Scenario 3, however, I thought at that point was perhaps the more realistic. And I also thought scenario 4 would potentially become more realistic too. Now, scenario 3 is essentially the strong will survive, they will get stronger, they will accumulate more power, and those that are weaker will either die or will be significantly weakened by the pandemic. So this is very much based around the notion of survival of the fittest. So scenario 3 was based around survival of the fittest. Scenario 4 was me looking ahead and saying, well, okay, we're all going to be stuck indoors. We can't leave our houses. We can't go out to exercise necessarily. We can't go to big sports stadiums. We can't travel the world following events. It's unlikely that Tokyo Games will take place, etc., etc. And so what I found particularly significant about these four scenarios is that most people, certainly in Europe, in March and April, were talking about scenario one as being, if not desirable, then maybe even essential, or maybe even a realistic possibility. But I didn't agree with that. So I take you back to this meeting. This was in March. The article that you can see there was published in April. Also in April 2nd, I was thinking about different scenarios. But then this led me to an interview that I did with the Indian Express, an Indian newspaper, one of India's biggest newspapers, at the end of April. So this was at the end of April. And by this time, I'd had some time to think some more. So I definitely moved away from the pandemic was going to be a reset moment. What I began to think more and more is that the longer the pandemic was going to be around, the longer countries were locked down, the stronger the strongest would become, and the more powerful the powerful would become. And what I did was to contrast what was happening in 2020, in the middle of kind of early stages to the middle of 2020, with what had happened during the global financial crash in 2008. So in 2008, it seemed to me that rather than eliminating or obliterating or demolishing or removing aspects of sport, it instead moderated behavior. And probably the best example of this for me was in sports sponsorship. And so around 2008, 2009, 2010, what we got was a more realistic sponsorship market, whereby sponsors and their activity were far less ostentatious, far less conspicuous, much more realistic, much more driven by tangible return on investment. And even now, I think we even pre-pandemic, we were seeing sponsors being much more disciplined in the way in which they signed contracts and the way in which they activated deals with properties. So I think 2008 was a moderator, but 2020, I said, would be the eliminator. And what we would see is rather than sports organizations of lots of different types moderating their behaviors, I actually said what we will begin to see is events disappearing. We would see staff being made redundant. They would lose their jobs. We would see sponsors withdrawing. We would see fans not returning to stadiums. And so as you can see there was a journey from, is this a reset moment, to me definitely saying, no, there isn't. But again, what I would do is to take you back to scenario 3 and scenario 4, because I think what ultimately has happened throughout the course of this year is a combination of the two. So as the year went on, as we began to get from April into May into June, there was lots of evidence of sports organizations and organizations, businesses, and other stakeholders involved in sport being adversely affected by the lockdown and being adversely affected by the pandemic. So it became very clear relatively quickly that this wasn't a moderating moment. It was actually an eliminating moment, as I said to India Express. And as you can see there were all kinds of forecasts about the number of football clubs that potentially could go out of business as a consequence of the pandemic. And we are still in the midst of this. We've certainly seen some football clubs, and to give you one example, Wigan Athletic in England has gone out of business during the pandemic. But what we have seen, I think, across Europe is a government response to financial difficulty in sport, and there have been various rescue packages put together whereby money has been given to not just to football clubs but to sport organizations generally, to allow them to continue operating, to allow them to continue paying their staff. And we've had some fairly high profile examples in the case of Tottenham Hotspur, for example, the English Premier League club Tottenham Hotspur. Tottenham Hotspur furloughed its non-playing staff. If you're unfamiliar with this term furlough, it essentially means Tottenham Hotspur were able to retain their staff even though they were away from work and not working, and the government would pay a contribution to the salaries of these staff. But certainly if we look at Chinese football, by comparison, Chinese football, several football clubs have gone out of business. We've seen some events going out of business. We've seen some sponsors going out of business, as we've already mentioned. So from the old normal to the pandemic, to discussions about a reset moment, to me believing that actually what we were going to see, or what I envisaged we would see, is a very different kind of environment emerging as we went through the course of this year. And so essentially what I foresaw is this growth in power amongst a small number of influential and already powerful and wealthy entities in sport. Survival of the fittest, the strong get stronger. But I think the other thing that I also thought about in scenario 4 there in the tweets that I made was about things that would start to happen. So perhaps this acceleration towards a new normal, this bringing forward of some of the major developments in sports that have been taking place for maybe, for the last maybe 5 years or maybe the last 10 years, but suddenly accelerated forward because of the pandemic. And certainly in terms of the work that I do, in terms of the analysis that I'm engaged in, this is definitely what happened. And so one of the things that we saw very early on in the lockdown was sports organizations very, very quickly trying to retain engagement with fans via social and digital platforms. But in addition to that, creating opportunities for example, sponsors and broadcasters to also be engaged, to also retain engagement with these sports. One of the first examples of bringing forward this acceleration of trends and technology and ways of consuming, I think for me was Lando Norris in Formula One. So for those of you who are Formula One fans, the McLaren F1 driver Lando Norris, instead of racing at the start of the season, what he was doing was challenging spectators to races. So Lando Norris would sit in a simulator and people in their homes could use their consoles or could use their PCs, and they would race against one another. And I think in terms of the co-creation of sporting experiences, in terms of engagement with sport, in terms of engagement with individual athletes, individual sports people, Lando Norris and what he was doing was really interesting. And that went one step further as the year progressed, because we then had in Formula E actually ran its world championship as a set of virtual races. And it even had its own virtual doping scandal, which someone confessed to being involved in a doping scandal earlier in the Formula E season. So what was really interesting about that, I think it did accelerate forward some interesting things that have been happening in the digital and social media spaces. But in some ways, it actually just mimicked the real world. It mimicked existing or previous normality, because obviously what you had was, as I say, you even had scandals online during these virtual races. But certainly the virtual consumption of sport, as we all know, is something that has been developing and growing and progressing over the last 10 years in particular. And I think virtual races in Formula E was one example of the acceleration of this But of course, what we also had alongside that as well is the rise of esports and the rise of console gaming. And there are some eye-watering numbers now being talked about around this, and the extent to which the pandemic and the lockdowns have prompted and fueled the further growth of esports. To give you one example, the League of Legends World Championship took place in Shanghai throughout October, and you're talking about audience views or online audiences for the League of Legends World Championship final in Shanghai of more than 100 million. So you're talking about huge numbers of people who perhaps were already engaged with esports and have developed their engagement this year. But at the same time, what we've also seen is people who've been unable to get their sporting fix. They've been unable to go to events. They've been unable to visit venues, to be in stadiums. They've begun to engage with esports. And so, as I said, again, this is not new necessarily, but what it has done is to accelerate the development of this particular type of sport. We also saw, as a further acceleration, again, an example is the English Premier League's Project Big Picture initiative. This was a really interesting initiative that I could give a webinar on in its own right. But what was especially interesting about this initiative is the power dynamic, because what we have in English football right now is many football clubs claiming that they can't sustain themselves financially, especially as a consequence of the pandemic. And so several of the largest clubs in English football, Manchester United, Liverpool, Tottenham Hotspur, Arsenal, Chelsea, Manchester City, what they did is they took advantage of the pandemic situation. They took advantage of the economic situation to make a set of proposals to the rest of professional football in England. But the essence of this proposal was that although the Premier League clubs would give money to other football clubs to help rescue them from the problems associated with the pandemic, when in reality what the deal was, what the project was all about, was those smaller clubs, those financially vulnerable clubs, the weaker clubs, essentially handing over more power to the Premier League in the form of enabling them to participate in breakaway leagues, particularly in Europe, to keep a bigger share of television revenues. And so what I found really interesting is that too was an acceleration of something that was already building, and that is the concentration of power in the hands of a small number of clubs. But at the same time, I think it was also a way of politically taking advantage of the pandemic situation and the fact that smaller clubs for the last 7 or 8 months have been especially vulnerable. So the Premier League clubs were being opportunistic. And as I say, this is very much in line with the observation that I made earlier about the strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker and perhaps even dying. What I also found very interesting, and to give you another example from football, is that some organizations, rather than going out of business, or rather than retrenching and having to engage in cost-cutting measures, some organizations, because they were already powerful, because they proactively engaged with the pandemic, they saw the pandemic as an opportunity to strengthen their market positions, to acquire assets, to use their financial wealth to reassert and strengthen their positions. Another one a case that highlights this is City Football Group. So keeping in mind what I said and the headline that I showed you from Al Jazeera, 100 to 200 football clubs will disappear, according to the Al Jazeera report. But what City Football Group did during the pandemic is they actually bought 2 clubs. So City Football Group, as you may know, is centered on Manchester City, a club that was bought by the Abu Dhabi government. A group was created, City Football Group. The group has clubs in the United States, in Japan, in China, in India, in Spain, in Uruguay. But during the lockdown, it was also announced that City Football Group would be buying a club in Belgium, Lommel, the club Lommel, but also buying a club in France, in Troyes. So again, here you had an organization that rather than retrenching, rather than consolidating, rather than seeing the pandemic as a threat, it actually sought to aggressively and proactively engage in further investment during the pandemic to strengthen its position. And as I said, if you go back to the big picture, Manchester City, it was part of that big picture project. So this is very much this is a powerful organization that has got even more powerful, that has got even stronger, that has developed its presence, that has been proactive, that has strategically grown during the pandemic. And this again goes back to that India Express headline. This is about survival of the fittest. Some will be eliminated, but some will get bigger and stronger and more powerful. Now, the interesting thing about City Football Group, as I mentioned there, is that City Football Group is owned by the Abu Dhabi government. And in addition to the pandemic accelerating, bringing things forward, the other thing that I've started to observe during the last 8 months is the increasing politicization of sport. And I think the Abu Dhabi government and its involvement in City Football Group, and the fact that they have bought 2 franchises during the lockdown, is an illustration of how states and how political considerations have also begun to impact upon sport much more during 2020. Because in addition to Abu Dhabi at City Football Group, I go back to the very first slide that I showed you, which was, if you recall, a picture of Riyadh and Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia too has tried to use the pandemic, has tried to use the lockdown as a way of asserting power. I think they've done that in several ways, but they've also used it as the basis for accelerating their position in world sport. Now, in terms of power, most obviously to me is they have been, the Saudi Arabian government has been actively involved in acquiring shares in different entities around the world, specifically related to, in some cases, sport and entertainment. So, for instance, the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, which is the investment vehicle of the Saudi Arabian government, bought $500 million worth of Walt Disney shares. They also bought a considerable amount of shares in Facebook. They also bought shares in India's Reliance Jio. India's Reliance Jio is a digital business based in Mumbai that is linked to the creation of digital and social content. Now, the interesting thing about Reliance Jio is, in addition to Saudi Arabia, the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Wealth Fund, Mubadala, also bought shares in Reliance Jio. And for that matter, a US private equity investor called Silver Lake also bought shares in Reliance Jio. It's interesting for you to note that Silver Lake also owns a stake in Manchester City as well, in City Football Group. And so I think why Saudi Arabia was interesting is because of what it invested in, which is digital and social, entertainment, sport. And this is very, very much in keeping with some of the trends that we've been seeing in sport and entertainment over the last 3 or 4 years. So I think Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi have played to that. But Saudi Arabia, in addition to this, has got aspirations to begin its own sports television channel. Some of you will know mid-year, there was a hugely controversial takeover bid for Newcastle United by the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund. It's a complex issue, but the World Trade Organization got involved in this because Saudi Arabia historically has pirated content from the Qatari broadcaster beIN. And this caused a furore that ultimately led to Saudi Arabia not being given permission to proceed with its acquisition of Newcastle United in the Premier League. However, one of the outcomes of this is that Saudi Arabia has announced that it plans to create a new sports broadcasting service. At the same time, what we've also seen Saudi Arabia doing is, for instance, successfully bidding to stage a Formula One race. Saudi Arabia was planning to bid for a Formula One race. Sorry, should I say planning to stage a Formula One race in 2023, but has been able to fast forward that and will now host the race in 2021. And this is really, really helpful for the Saudi Arabian government because it's consistent with its policy of positioning the country as a sport event destination. So I think in the case of Saudi Arabia, you've got not just politics, but you've got acceleration too. And as you know, this is the essence of this presentation. It's about politics and acceleration. We've also seen China flexing its muscles politically. Some of you may have seen the renderings or the illustrations of a stadium that the Chinese government is building in Guangzhou in the south of China. This will become the world's largest purpose-built football stadium, known as the Lotus Flower. And as you can see, this is a very striking design. And again, I think what the Chinese have done, specifically the Chinese government, is to use the vacuum created by the pandemic really to assert its credentials in the sporting landscape in lots of different ways. So one of them is to build this stadium as a symbol of soft power, but also as the basis for China bidding to host the 2030 World Cup, which I know that Beijing wants to do. But I think as well, what the Chinese are also trying to accentuate here is their competence for building stadiums. So this is about the stadium business. This is about China and Chinese contractors bidding for the right to build stadiums elsewhere in the world. And if you know, the Milanese stadiums, the San Siro, will soon be demolished and a new stadium will be built there. Some of you will know that Inter Milan, that plays at the San Siro, is owned by a Chinese investor. And I can well imagine that the construction contract to build the new San Siro will ultimately go to a Chinese contractor. So the Chinese have also, I think, politically have used the pandemic as a way to assert their country's credentials. We see a similar thing in India. Mid-year, there was a border skirmish. Actually, several border skirmishes between India and China. This culminated in 20 Indian soldiers being killed, and this really became a flashpoint and an important moment for pandemic-era sport, because what subsequently happened was, to give you two examples, in cricket, and this is a cricket ball that you see in front of you. In cricket sponsorships were terminated with Chinese brands. So the Indian Premier League, which is the world's biggest cricket competition, its headline sponsor was Vivo, a Chinese telecoms business. And this sponsorship contract was terminated as the fallout, as a consequence of the border skirmishes that took place. The second example that I would mention to you is actually a mobile device app called PUBG, which is a mobile game. PUBG is was incredibly popular in India, but what happened on the border led to the Indian government banning PUBG. And PUBG, I think it's important to say, is owned by Tencent, and as some of you will know, Tencent is a Chinese digital and social media business. Interestingly, in the United States, one of the things that we've also heard from Donald Trump prior to the election is that he would seek to ban Tencent in much the same way as he's sought to tackle Huawei. So even in the area of mobile phone apps and PUBG and console games, there have been issues around this. Just for the moment, if I may. So thank you for that. I just needed to close the blind because unusually we have some sun here in England. So what we've had in this first part of the presentation is what I think has been happening this year. Some really big, important trends that have led to the rich getting richer, the poor getting poorer, the powerful becoming even more powerful, the weak becoming weaker. It has accelerated things that were already happening, but have been brought forward much more quickly than perhaps we envisaged. But also some of the things that have been happening have become highly politicized, highly political. And so sport during the pandemic era has been very different to sport on sport back in January. And obviously I began my presentation talking about back in January. So the question becomes what this all means. Before I answer that, before I answer what does this all mean, just one final one, which is kind of political, kind of not. And I deliberately kept it separate. I think it's politically ideological rather than being specifically or directly political. Because whilst we've had Abu Dhabi and its government investing in sport, we've had the Saudi Arabian government investing in sport, Chinese government investing in sport, the Indian government using sport as a means through which to address problems in its relationship with China. What we've had alongside that, I think this year is a politically ideological development that is no less significant. It's not political in the sense that, in the same way as China and Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi and India, because as you will know, US sport is very laissez-faire, free market, capitalist oriented, and you don't have the level of political intervention in US sport as you have elsewhere in the world. But one of the things I think is really, really interesting this year is we've seen an upsurge in US sports investments in properties overseas. So for instance, in Serie A, in Italian football, we've seen US investment, not just in terms of buying individual clubs, but also in taking a shareholding in Serie A, in the league itself. We've seen the same thing in France with United States investors buying French clubs. We've also seen the same to a certain extent in Britain as well. But I think crucially, what we've seen is the emergence of sports SPACs. And if you're unfamiliar with SPACs, perhaps that's one of the things that we can talk about as a question that you may have for me. Is SPACs are a development that we've seen over the last 12 months, and they're now starting to infiltrate into sport. And there's one SPAC in particular, and SPAC is SPAC, SPAC. We saw the development of the Red Bull SPAC. And Red Bull was established by a guy called Billy Beane. Some of you may know Billy Beane as the guy responsible for the Moneyball phenomenon. But the Red Bull SPAC has been talking to the Fenway Sports Group. And some of you will know that the Fenway Sports Group owns the Boston Red Sox baseball team. They also own Liverpool Football Club of the Premier League. And so what we're now beginning to hear rumors around is that the Red Bull SPAC, in conjunction with Fenway Sports Group, may be looking at, for instance, the development of a global franchise network of football clubs in the same way as we've seen with the City Football Group case. So as I say, I'm going to leave that one with you, the United States sports investment surge. and the creation of SPACs, and the Red Bull SPAC in particular, as an example of what I think is an ideological and philosophical change as opposed to a directly political one. So going right back to the very start and the new normal, we talked about the pandemic, and we talked about moderation and elimination. We talked about acceleration and politicization. So here we are now in November 2020, nearly 1 year after the first case of COVID-19 was reported in China, and 7 or 8 months, 9 months since many countries were locked down to protect themselves from the pandemic. And so we're now beginning to see that a new normal has emerged. So for all of those people who were talking about a reset moment, that reset moment is not going to happen. That clearly is not going to happen. And what we do have in sport is a new normal. So what does this new normal look like? Well, I think there is a shifted network of power, and this shifted network of power is, as I've said, has been premised upon the rich getting richer, survival of the fittest, premised on acceleration of certain trends, premised on the role of politics and states. And so I think what we have is a situation now where older, weaker, smaller, less popular sports are significantly challenged. And we are already beginning to see here in Europe in particular, but I think across the world, is that sports that are financially vulnerable, sports that are not especially well managed, sports that are not efficient, sports that people don't want, really are beginning to struggle. And so as a consequence of that, what we've seen or what we are seeing, I think, is a really polarized sporting landscape. And there is a real distinction between the big organizations, those that have weathered the storm of the pandemic. They have the financial resources, they have the political support, they have the commercial expertise to have navigated their way through the pandemic. But at the same time, we've also got lots of sports organizations, motor racing teams, badminton teams, golfing events, tennis events, that we won't see again. They've gone for good, because they were insufficiently equipped to be able to deal with the pandemic and the challenges that that were being faced. I also think we're beginning to see a very fragmented marketplace as well, and that is a strong, weak, rich, poor phenomenon. I think that is an example of fragmentation. But I think what we're also beginning to see is that because of what we've just been through, the world is now a much more fragmented place, and so, you know, there are people out there in the world who still want to go back to a stadium. They still want to go and watch South Korean baseball in a stadium. They still want to go and watch the Olympic Games in Tokyo in a stadium. But we also now know increasingly that there are lots of people out there in the world who don't. They would rather watch on their mobile device. And we know what's happened with Netflix during the pandemic. Netflix as a form as a mode of consumption for content has been immensely influential and powerful throughout the pandemic. At the same time, we know people are playing console games. At the same time, we know people are relying upon their mobile devices. We also know that people potentially will not travel as much as they used to. Certainly without a vaccine, they may not travel. And so we live in a very fragmented sporting landscape now, in a way that I don't think we did previously. I think what we're also seeing, and I mentioned Netflix there, for those of you who know the Michael Jordan documentary series on Netflix, this was incredibly popular during the lockdown. And so I think what we are continuing to see, and we'll see more and more and more, and this is borne out as well by the likes of Formula E staging virtual races, and Lando Norris and McLaren F1 staging digital races against fans. You know, what we are beginning to see is this convergence more and more of sport and entertainment. and as we enter a new era, the new normal, I think this convergence is something that is set to develop, set to strengthen. Another example on this one is certainly in Britain, what we've seen is the continuation of the Amazon All or Nothing documentary series. So some of you may have seen this year that Tottenham Hotspur took part in the All or Nothing Amazon documentary series. So what will be the new normal, or what will be the implications of the new normal? Well, I think we'll see industrial concentration. In other words, large parts of the market, and we could say large parts of sports being dominated by a small number of organizations. And if we go back to Project Big Picture, I think it's an example of that. I think we're also beginning to see some really significant issues around governance. So one feature of the pandemic has been the emergence of stories about breakaway leagues, certainly in European football, about breakaway leagues. And that challenges UEFA governance, it challenges FIFA governance. But I think crucially what we've also got to think about is as we see, for instance, athletes competing against fans online, that poses some really interesting governance issues that kind of create some really interesting challenges in terms of how sport is going to be governed moving forwards from here. And so what I think we will see is new forms of governance beginning to emerge, and certainly there is a lot of conversation in Europe about new sports clubs being established that are owned by fans, but which are governed digitally. They're governed through social media, through Facebook and others. I think we're beginning to see consumer-led sport much more, and we've already talked about Lando Norris as to use that example again, but also where fans expect to be able to have a stake in the sports, but also want to make a contribution to the delivery of the sport. And this I think connects to this acceleration phenomenon that we've already talked about. And if we look at the way in which sports are now created and delivered via social media platforms, what the pandemic has done is really to accentuate, to accelerate that forwards. Linked to this to a certain extent, but I think also looking ahead to competitive strategy, to brand positioning. One of the things that we've started to see, I think, is some really interesting developments around innovation and creativity. And just a very simple one is things like Zoom walls at football matches and at different types of sporting events. So instead of fans being there, having walls of Zoom cameras, which may not seem like a big development, but if you'd said 12 months ago that we're going to have walls of Zoom fans watching a game, this is something kind of unique and distinctive and different and innovative and creative. And I think linked to this, what we're now beginning to see is organizations throughout sport having to think very carefully about issues around targeting and positioning, around new products, around new consumer groupings, and around new organizational forms that enable them to enable these organizations to maintain engagement, not just with fans, but I think with commercial partners too. And if you look at some of the things, for example, that UEFA has done in connecting with fans during a year when the UEFA European Championships was supposed to take place, this is an example of how we're beginning to see innovation and creativity emerging. So, in conclusion, going back to the title of the presentation about acceleration and politicization, I think for me, there is no reset moment. Sport is not going back to January 2020, and certainly this underlying initial view that I talked about, that sport would reset to the 2000s or the 1990s or the 1980s. It's not going to happen. There is going to be no reset moment. Instead, what there's going to be is the acceleration towards and the politicization of a new future. I think the pandemic has brought forward things that were already happening. What we are seeing in this new normal, in this accelerated normal, in this politicized normal, is big money and big politics clashing head on. And I would use the example of Newcastle United and Saudi Arabia and its public investment fund, the Premier League, the World Trade Organization, Qatar's beIN Sport. That was an incredible clash of big money and big politics. I think we are seeing survival of the fittest. The big have got bigger. The small and the poorly managed have struggled. And what we're now seeing is a big shakeout of sport. So just as in other industrial sectors where shops are shutting, where factories are shutting, where people are losing their job, where national output is falling, where tax revenues have suffered, we're seeing a similar shakeout happening in sport. And so what we are beginning to see now is a new form of global sport emerging, accompanied by new international sport, new domestic sport, new local sport emerging, where existing structures, existing norms, existing conventions, existing ways of governing those sports are beginning to emerge or will need to emerge. So anyway, that's gone on a little longer than I anticipated, but I nevertheless thank you for listening, and I send you best wishes for your own continued safety and health, and that of your family and friends and colleagues. And I look forward to, hopefully, at some stage, being able to attend events such as this again and be together with people and to experience things as we knew under the old normal. That's if the old normal exists. So thank you for listening.
네, 스포츠의 가속화, 정치화, 그리고 뉴 노멀이라는 주제로 한 이 사이먼 채드윅 교수님의 기조연설 잘 들어봤습니다. 이제 본격적으로 네 분의 발표 한번 들어보도록 할 텐데요. 첫 번째 발표는요, 코로나19와 새로운 피트니스의 등장이라는 주제로 캠타이의 공동 창업자 중에 한 명인 마이크 텔렘의 발표를 영상을 통해서 만나보도록 하겠습니다. We just watched the keynote speech by Professor Simon Chadwick on acceleration, politicization, and the emergence of a new normal sport. Now it is time to meet the four guest speakers. First of all, we're going to meet Mr. Mike Tellem, ChemTide's co-founder. His presentation title is COVID-19 and the next generation of connected fitness.
And starting now. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining me. My name is Mike Tellem. I'm the Chief Business Officer at ChemTide. And today we're going to be talking about the impact of COVID-19 on connected fitness. First, just a little bit about myself, my background. I'm a second-time entrepreneur. ChemTide is the second startup that I founded after Insightera a few years ago. I'm also a sports and fitness addict, one might say. I love doing and playing sports and taking part into fitness. I've played various competitive sports as a youngster, including professional soccer and squash. I was also a former black belt in martial arts, and I'm currently a master swimmer and a home fitness enthusiast. I've done many types of home fitness, from videos to exercises with equipment. And I enjoy it very much, and I find it to be very, very useful. In 2009, I founded Insightera, a startup dealing in real-time web personalization, and that startup was acquired by Marketo, an American marketing technology company, in 2014. A while back, I founded ChemTide with two very good friends, Maura Mitai and Naomi Karen, and we're focused on adaptive home fitness that everyone can use. ChemTide uses artificial intelligence and advanced computer vision to identify human motion and provide real-time training feedback so that you're working at home and feel as if a real-time personal trainer was right there with you. So when we think about the home fitness market or the connected fitness market, it's really been a huge market to begin with. We see a lot of public companies or VC funded companies like Peloton, of course, that is worth $30+ billion. Mirror, that was acquired by Lululemon, Zwift, that just raised $250 million, and many other companies, but also just the huge amount of people that work out, whether it's almost 70 million people in the US only that go to gyms, and Asia and Europe are only slightly behind that, and to some extent are accelerating faster in this market of wellness and fitness. So a lot of money is going into this market and a lot of demand by customers in this market. And then almost a year ago, COVID hit us all. And overnight, a $100 billion industry had to go virtual or to try to go virtual. And we saw various gyms and other offerings try to provide video or Zoom sessions. So this has definitely had a huge impact on the fitness market. And that's what I want to talk about from the technology perspective. As a startup, but also as a startup that sees many other technology companies and talks to a lot of founders in this market, how do we see these changes impacting our market? So first, we have to remember that COVID did not invent or did not revolutionize home fitness or connected fitness. It's actually been here for quite a while. Some of you, I'm sure, can remember the various devices that maybe your parents bought to your home. Those old exercise bikes that everybody used to hang their clothes on, or Jane Fonda VHS cassettes, or DVDs for fitness. And then, of course, fitness classes over the web and various other home gym devices and various types of equipment. So home fitness has been a pretty big market for over 40 years. In the past 10 years, however, fitness became very, very cool. Being fit or doing various types of fitness has become the thing that people talk about. Some call it a culture, some even a cult. So many people are doing triathlons and even Ironman competitions. And it's suddenly not cool not to do any type of fitness. Business executives today go and have a run together or a swim or do some sports, as opposed to, have cigars and drink whiskeys or anything like that. So the concept of fitness has really evolved, and it's a culture, and some people might even consider it a religion of itself. Another thing that's happened in the past few years is the introduction of technology into this market. A market that was fairly conservative for many, many years. Physical devices, DVDs, cassettes, things like that, is suddenly seeing a surge of technology being driven into it from various types of sensors and computer vision and AI. And that's what really rejuvenating this market. And of course, with that, we're seeing very strong success stories. Peloton being a key one, but not the only one, of very strong success in the fitness and the wellness market. COVID itself had significant impacts on various fronts. We know that gyms, pools, and studios are getting closed or have been closed and reopened and then closed again. People are at home most of the day or they're quarantined, and they try to adjust to the new normal. Because gyms and pools were closed, conservative fitness businesses like large gym chains that have previously been focused just on getting people to their physical facility are now a lot more open to experiment with digital services. And while at the beginning they were looking just at things like, streaming video and Zoom, they quickly realized that that's not enough. And also that if all that you're doing is a fitness video, well then videos tend to be very similar one to another, and the experience of your customer is quite the same. These previously conservative organizations are now a lot more flexible, and you might say that they're going through a digital transformation that other enterprises have gone through 15 or 20 years ago. People are stuck at home, so to begin with, they got more stressed. They neglected proper diet and exercise. And following that, many of them were starting to look for alternatives. Since you can't go out, or you can go out but only for specific things, and you certainly can't go to the gym, how else can you keep your health? How else can you keep your mental health as well? And that drove an accelerated exposure to home fitness and wellness technology. Things that were rising anyway. Peloton was doing very well before COVID. Mirror was doing very well before COVID. But COVID accelerated the interest and the openness of people to explore and investigate and try out these technologies. And one last thing that sometimes people also neglect to identify: the major changes that we are all going through in how we live and how we work. And a lot of it is supposed to stay like it or change forever, meaning I don't go to work every day anymore, even though I can. I'm here at home, and many of you are seeing this at home, and many of us believe that we will not go back to working in the office every single day. And when something so basic changes, we're also open to additional changes. So other changes come easier. And that might have a strong impact on the fitness market as we see it progressing in the next few years. So what is still missing in connected fitness? And this is a subjective opinion. We feel that real-time training feedback is one of the main things that you could get with a personal trainer face-to-face. Sometimes you can get that in a gym, but you certainly can't get that with most of the offerings at home today. And that is something that people want, and that is something that people lack today. Also, an affordable software with a premium experience. If you look at it, most of the offerings for home fitness today are devices that are relatively expensive. $2,000, $3,000, certainly not something that everybody can afford. And even if you can afford, how many of these devices will you have at home? Do you have enough room for 3, 4 different devices? Or maybe the direction is software that can provide various categories of fitness. And last but not least, we think that the connected fitness market is missing more platforms that can allow for adaptive content creation, meaning it's not, I have a fitness product and I've decided that this is the best way to do fitness and my trainers do it this way and you need to buy into my way of doing fitness, but rather a platform like Netflix, for instance. You can watch any movie you want on Netflix. They don't decide, they do have some movies of their own, but it's not only their movies. So Netflix is the platform for various types of movies and TV shows. We think that we will have fitness platforms in which you can do fitness from various fitness providers. Now, when we look at the connected fitness landscape, we like to divide it to 2 main categories, whether it's hardware or software, and whether it's the traditional types of fitness, mainly video and classic devices, mechanical devices, or is it adaptive fitness, interactive, software-based, things that can change based on what you're doing. It's one thing to use a device that doesn't really have an idea if I'm doing things the right way or how well I'm doing them, and doesn't give me any specific and personalized feedback. So when we talk about adaptive fitness, we're talking about those fitness products that can adapt to me, that can personalize the experience to me, whether I'm tired today or not, whether my fitness level is high or medium, whether I'm interested in a very difficult workout today or not. And in this slide, you can see a sample of some of the players and where they are on this map of hardware or software or something in the middle, and traditional or adaptive fitness or something in the middle. So taking a slightly subjective approach, just a few words on how do we in Chemtai, how do we try to answer some of these challenges of providing a premium level software, of providing a platform that doesn't necessarily dictate the type of fitness that you're supposed to do and providing adaptive feedback to your workout. So in Kemtai, we've created a virtual personal trainer that uses the laptop camera and can see you and see how well you're working out and give you feedback, give you a score, but also give you corrective training feedback, telling you that, for instance, if you're doing a squat, you should, straighten your back a little more. And this feedback is not generic. It's based on what you're actually doing. So if you do it perfectly well, you'll get a score of 100 in real time as you're doing the exercise. But typically, you're not going to do it perfectly, and we'll tell you how to improve. We'll tell you that you don't need to, squat so deep, or maybe that you need to keep your knees parallel, and all of this in real time to give you an experience similar, very similar to having a personal trainer right here at home with you. But obviously, it's not as expensive and not as, logistically complex. So it's very, very easy, and it's software based. So anybody that has a laptop and later on other devices can use it. That's why we say that it's adaptive fitness for everyone. And we think that more and more players in the fitness market will go to that direction. The second piece of what we provide is trainer generated content. We're not trying to say that we know the only way to do a squat or to work out, right? But rather we invite additional external trainers that don't work for Kemtai to put their content in Kemtai, and then Kemtai uses machine learning to learn their movements and guide users based on that. And later on, we'll have a rev share model with these trainers. So that's kind of the platform angle of Kemtai. So moving back, and obviously we have a ton of content. You can see some samples here because we don't need to create all the content, but rather people are leveraging our technology. So we have trainers from all the world. What are the 5 key connected fitness trends that we see happening in the near future? Again, COVID accelerating them, but not necessarily inventing them. Software, deep tech, virtual home gym, fitness platforms, and hybrid fitness. Let's dive a little bit into each one of those. So in terms of software, we want products to be affordable. We don't want every fitness product to require an expensive hardware device that requires logistics on the vendor side as well. This makes for a much larger addressable market. This is basically anybody that can go outside and have a jog and run a little bit can use something that runs on his mobile device or on his laptop. Simple subscription models, which is what people are used to. I want to watch movies on Netflix. I pay $10, $20, $30 to Netflix, and I watch movies as much as I want. And I'm getting a premium experience. I'm not getting something that's not as good because of that. And like I said, minimal logistics. So that is a key trend. And if you recall, almost all major technological advancements start with devices like GPS devices. We had the dedicated devices in our car. Remember, we had to buy these boxes. But then it moved to just software that can run on any mobile device, on your iPad, on your computer, very, very easy. So that's always the direction. You start with hardware, you move to software. Deep tech, we're seeing a lot of AI and computer vision, a lot of data analysis come into the fitness world. Edge computing, that's leveraging the computing power that people have in their home. They have tablets, they have computers, so you can do a lot of smart things there. Data mining to provide a better experience, a more personalized, a hyper-personalized experience, not just based on my age and my fitness level and the fact that I want to lose a few kilos, right? That's very high level. But my actual performance, or maybe even my actual performance today. Am I a bit tired? Maybe I should get a slightly easier workout. Software and technology will be able to identify that. The third key trend that we're seeing is the virtual home gym. So as opposed to a home gym that requires a lot of different devices, we think that the trend will be towards technology products that can provide various types of fitness. I can do high intensity training one day and yoga the other day and use the same product to do it. I can have group workouts, or I can have one-on-one, or I can just work out on my own with the same product. And multi-factor connectivity. I want to be able to log everything that I'm doing and manage my fitness journey, regardless of what I'm using for fitness. So if I'm using an app on my phone today and I've ridden my Peloton tomorrow and then I go to the gym the day after, I want all of these pieces to be connected. I want to see my whole journey in one place. That's where the fitness world is going. One before last, like I mentioned, fitness platforms, more trainer generated content. Think about YouTube, but with more capabilities, not just streaming video, potentially multiple brands per platform, like what we're seeing in social networks, and various types of B2B2C models where, you know, powerful fitness brands, whether it's sport teams or fitness brands, put their content and couple with technology vendors to provide a much better branded experience to end users. And last but not least, one of the trends that we think will remain after COVID hopefully goes away or at least calms down. And the new normal for fitness will probably be a hybrid solution. We don't think that people will only work out at home, and we don't think that they will only, you know, run back to the gym and never work at home again. We think that they will do many of these things combined. Maybe I'll go to the gym twice a week because I really like the social atmosphere, and they do have some, you know, fitness devices that I don't have at home and can't have at home, and I like the trainers there. But I don't want to drive there every other day, so another twice a week, you know, I'll work out at home and use the software that I have at home. Maybe I want to do solo training. Maybe I want to do one-on-one. Sometimes, or a group workout. Sometimes it's based on just the type of person I am. Sometimes it depends on the day, right? Today I'm feeling like a group workout. Tomorrow, you know, I don't feel like interacting with anybody. I just want to do a short 15-minute workout and get it done with. So fitness, we will see more and more hybrid offerings where people can either choose one platform or a few platforms that connect, and they can do their whole, any type of fitness and any fitness category using similar technology. And when we think about, you know, the social aspects that you get in a gym, for instance, well, I can get some of them, you know, with people remote that are not even in my country. Why does it have to be limited to the people that happen to live in my neighborhood? You know, when COVID started and people thought that because you can't fly, business will slow down. And then we saw that in some aspects, the fact that you can only do Zoom sessions has actually accelerated business, because now you don't need to wait for me to fly over. We can just have a call tomorrow morning, and things are moving faster because this expectation to have to be face-to-face all the time is not relevant. So do I still think that face-to-face matters? Definitely. I love seeing people. I love talking to my customers. I always will, but it's not a necessity, and it's not going to be a necessity in fitness either. So to summarize, and I hope you found this interesting, the way that we see it, you know, COVID-19 did not create a fitness trend, but it definitely accelerated several of them, mainly home and connected fitness and the adoption of technology. And technology will continue to disrupt the fitness world and create new ways to get fit and get healthy. And I think we're just seeing the beginning of this, and we'll see more and better generations of fitness technology. Traditional fitness brands will need to transform, and if they won't, you know, they'll have a problem, I think, to continue, because a lot of fitness users have seen that technology can offer them today things at home that they do not get at the gym. And instead of the gyms trying to just bring them back to the physical location, I think they should go to the hybrid approach and offer them the best of both worlds. You can train with my team at the gym. You can also train with my team at home. That's the idea. So I hope you found this interesting. That was my personal take and our personal take on how COVID-19 has impacted the fitness market. Thanks very much for being here with me, and I'll be happy to take any questions right now. Thank you very much.
네, 마이크 텔렘의 발표 잘 들어봤습니다. 발표 내용에 대해서 혹시나 궁금하신 사항 있으신 분들은요, 주저마시고 지금 보고 계시는 유튜브 채널 댓글란에 댓글을 남겨주시면 되는데요. 남겨주실 때는요, 발표1이라는 말머리를 꼭 달고 남겨주시면 됩니다. 주저마시고 많은 참여 좀 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Thank you for presentation, Mr. Mike Tellem. If you have any question about the presentation, please give us comment of the YouTube channel. Also put presentation number 1. After the presentation, we will have a question and answer session during the discussion, so please don't hesitate to participate. 이어서 스포츠의 디지털 분배, 개인 플랜 U가 스포츠 기술 스타트업을 글로벌 커뮤니케이션에 연결하는 방법이라는 주제로 발표가 이어질 텐데요. 개인 플랜 U의 설립자이신 랍 탐슨이 발표를 해주시도록 하겠습니다. Next, we will watch a presentation of Mr. Rob Thompson, the founder of Game Plan U. The topic is digital distribution of sports. How Game Plan U connects startup to the global sports tech communities.
Hey, welcome. This is Rob Thompson. I am the founder of Game Plan U today, and we're a platform for sports tech startups in the early to mid-stage startup phases. We have over 32 founders right now. We were established in 2018. This is the sports tech game changers, what we call them, how Game Plan U connects startups to the global sports tech community. Our mission is very simple, connecting founders, executives, career seekers, and investors. Like I said, I wanted to show this slide because I thought it was important on the breakout of where the money is being spent. Obviously, 2020, that report hasn't come out. It's certainly going to be a bigger dip than we're anticipating from this past year. But in 2019, there's $1.5 billion was spent on U.S. investments, majority coming from New York and then California and different pockets of the United States. And these are the categories that they came from. They focus on three different areas: the athletes, so players, development; the fans, the inside and outside of that stadium experience; and organizations, so the management. So you can see the 52.1% was done within the athletes' performance space. Those preparation, wearables, equipment, performance tracking, analytics, AI technology, coaching, recruiting. 52% was spent in 2019 in that area. So those different ideas on player development, preparation, so that could be product, was spent in that area. 32%, and I anticipate this going up over the next 2 to 3 years, 18 to 24 months, would be fan and content. So the fans, focusing on fans. So that's fantasy and betting. And I'll talk about betting platforms a little bit, what I see trending in the marketplace. News and content, news and content distribution. Obviously, everything space, fan engagement, fan experiences, social media platforms, that's 32%. So as those areas become clearly defined, we're thinking and we're looking and anticipating that after this year, where the disruption in the sports industry, taking that experience from the stadium back at home, that this area right here, the fan segment, is going to completely change, and with a refocus. Last one being the organization, so the management, the venues, a little bit more about the media, commercial partners, so sponsorship, activation. 3 different pillars that we look at are the 3 different verticals. Those are the founders that we deliver sports tech startups with a global community to connect, network, and collaborate. We throw in their career seekers because I think this is a big piece, a spoke in this wheel. Deliver remote intern immersion, online learning, remote programming, global networking, and career discovery. And the investors, primarily we focus in on angel investors, those that could come in, roll their sleeves up, and work with the early to mid-stage founders, and potentially also be able to provide some funding and some capital. The founders benefits working with us as a member. And the most important thing that we talk about a lot, and I think is very important, is the concept, platform, and execution validation. We want to make sure that when we bring in a founder into our organization as a member, that we want to understand what their concept is, dive into their platform and the functionality to it, and really look at whether they have the talent and skills to execute. And we have to validate that before we start making introductions or recommendations for any type of accelerators or pilot programs or introductions to investors or teams or leagues or media companies or any potential partners. We want to really dive into the tech development, and then we do have some in-house support set up for development. If there is a 1.0 version or 2.0 version of an MVP that needs to be developed. Podcasting network, sharing founder startup stories, so into pilot programs and accelerators. So sometimes for us, what we find is that a lot of the teams, the leagues, the brands, the media companies are looking for, in the facilities, the venues, are looking for pilot programs to enhance the fan experience. I think it's so important to build up that network. So peer, executive, investor networking. So every month we have a happy hour that we invite on a different executive, an entrepreneur who already had a successful startup business, and provide best practices, provide some inspiration, answer some questions, and then more importantly, be able to connect so they can start building up their network, building up their reach globally. So we do that every month. As you know, a big part of being an entrepreneur and a big part of running a business and being a leader within a business is mental health and the mental aspect of how you show up every day. So when we do our executive retreats, this is a big part of that. And then the leadership portion of it. So not every founder was a leader, was a VP or was a director or had been an entrepreneur. So sometimes leadership is lacking the skill set to be a leader within running a business. And these are things that we try to support them with. So another benefit is, number 8, is pitch deck and valuation review. So angel investor mentoring. So as we grow and as we develop a relationship, we pull in what we call executive in residencies, which are angel investors, to work one-on-one with our founder in a mentoring monthly one-on-one programming. But that's further down the line, but it is certainly a benefit that we have. And then the last one, this is really how we got started, and it was with a startup weekend retreat. And we found that 3 days of being in the room, unplugging, and 3 days, these founder retreats have allowed us to do this. When you put in investors, angel investors in a room, creative people, innovators, founders, in a room for 3 days to eat, to drink, to share stories, to be inspired by each other, there's a lot of magic and collaboration. So I mentioned one of the ways that we are able to share stories are through the sports tech sprint competitions. They're startup pitch competitions that we run every quarter. They're competitions that are all virtual, the 60-second pitches this past fall. And we had over 14,000 votes. It's voted on by peers, by executives, by friends and family, by investors. Those out there in the community are able to vote on these competitions, and we'll run them every quarter. Again, we had 24 this past competition, and we're going to have over 64 for the next one. So our podcasts are another organic and authentic way for us to help our founders tell their story. So as I mentioned, startup retreats. This one was done in Orlando, Florida last year, and this is a way for us to create panel discussions, put some founders together, share stories, inspire each other, and build their network and relationships. And hopefully in 2021, we'll be able to continue those. A couple success stories that we've had, and give you an example, some of the categories. Trent with Book It Sports is an up-and-coming rising star. We met him when he's at Texas Christian University. This is a capstone project that he did with his entrepreneurship program in college that he went out to raise close to $1 million right now with his seed rounds. He is actively growing within the fantasy sports and betting space, providing content and information to gamblers. Michael Willett is another student athlete, former student athlete that came through University of Central Florida, had an idea. It's called Walk On Nation, and him and his partner Christian were teammates, and they look to take the high school recruits and younger athletes and provide them with information and content that helps them make their college decisions. Max Montre he would be categorized in the player development through AI technologies. Former Microsoft executive has come up with this creative idea. It's a wearable which measures bat speed, and it's primarily for baseball data analytics on player performance. Danny Harris is in another category that I think, and I'll talk about later, that I think is going to be a priority in the marketplace: e-commerce. So he basically takes any players. If you're watching a game, you see your favorite player with an outfit or a pair of sneakers, he has a platform that's partnered with the player on selling their product that they've actually worn in games, and product that they can find on the back end on the retail side. And his platform is named Game Day. These are our student athletes. So every semester we have student athletes. These athletes are from University of Florida. Lacrosse players, American football, and track and field. So these student athletes provide us with they're on our own little focus group. So we utilize them for feedback. Our founders pitch to them. They worked on our spring competition. They help out with projects in social media, marketing, and research and development, and business development as well for some of our founders. And I want to talk a little bit about what we've dealt with in this past year, what we've dealt with our 32 founders, how they came on the other end, hopefully, of COVID, how it impacted them, and some of the things that we pushed them to do, to think differently, some of the things that they've done on their own, and I wanted to share those with you. So when you had a complete industry shutdown, it required some creativity. It required them to call a timeout and think differently about some things, like it did everybody around the world, not just us here in the United States. I pushed them to start telling their story, to pivot to podcasts and content creation, even if they weren't comfortable with it. I asked them to take the time out to adjust their business strategy, to think about a plan B. You know, if this happened once, with the complete shutdown in the world of sports, it's going to happen again, possibly. And if it does happen again, what are you going to do? Right now, you had a lot of momentum possibly going into this fall and spring of 2020. But what happens if this happens again in 2021? Are you prepared for it? Can you pivot out of it? Did you learn from what happened this year and some of the mistakes and how you had to stall? And what can you do as a different revenue stream possibly, or a different channel that you could create? I asked them to offer free trials. So if you have an MVP, if you're out there trying to sell right now and people aren't buying, and with budgets being cut and slashed, start offering a trial run for free. Start building those relationships. They're not going to buy it anyway, so you might as well get them to start using it. And then focus on your networking, your market value validation. So start using this to use this time and how you got over it to build up your network, to build up your market validation. Are you doing it right? Are you priced right? What's your competition doing? All of those things, I said, even if this is a stop, maybe it's a blessing in disguise for all of us. And use this time to validate your business. Excuse me. Look for collaborations and merger opportunities. Look around. You know, maybe your competition is struggling just like you. Maybe there's a merger. And then find a side job and offset some living expenses. So if your revenue has stopped, if investors are really paused and watching what's happening, then fine. Don't stop. Don't stop your momentum. Don't give up. Find a side job and a side hustle if you need to. So what do we see trending in 2021? So we see betting platforms as regulations open up per state. We see betting platforms becoming more and more aggressive. We see fantasy platforms become more and more aggressive as the country's starting to open up. I do see AR and VR technology with fan engagement inside and outside the stadium. I see that becoming not a nice to have, but certainly you have to have it, especially with obligation to sponsors. I see AI technology really becoming part of the player performance and data analytics. More and more used to that, more and more analytics-based decision-making, whether it's recovery, development, current performance. And I think analytics is going to drive even more so what salaries are going to be based upon. So we saw it in baseball, and I think now that we have the technology to back that up, and we're going to see it more and more, especially on youth sports and following that 12-year-old, U12s. I'm very interested in, I think, trending in media digital distribution. So taking media rights deals and how we're going to distribute even further along. Whether it's OTT or whether it's the third or fourth screen. E-commerce, obviously, like I said, with Game Day with Danny Harris. And then players on the college side here in the States, players beginning to monetize their name, image, and likeness, which we call NIL. I think this is going to be very, very interesting. I know that there's a lot of platforms right now that are scrambling to kind of fit into being the educators in it and also being the go-to that people will turn to use and athletes will be able to use once they're allowed to monetize their NIL. So our business model is a membership. This is a new membership tiers pending approval right now for 2021. Well, it's a membership annual fee plus a finder's fee in the back end. So a finder's fee meaning anybody that we connect you to that turns into contracted revenue or any funding that is done through our network or through our introductions, there is a 10% finder's fee that is convertible into a warrant share or equity. Some of the questions out there are, what's the government's role here in the United States in sports tech startups? So what we find is startup seed funding grants are available through local what they call the SBA, Small Business Association. So that could be driving economic development, economic growth, hiring staffs. A lot of times it's collaboration through a university as well, but there is some seed startup funding that is available. University entrepreneur programs offer seed funding mostly through alumni venture capital groups that is out there. And then city and economic development collaborations with accelerators offering mentoring and funding as well. So the government, unlike some other locations where you get substantial tax write-offs, you get tax credits for investing in other countries, for investing in startups. Here in the United States, you do not unless it's a nonprofit. However, there is funding that is available technically on the local level, a lot of times through a university. What are sports tech startup challenges right now? And I think this is probably globally, but there is some variations, I would assume. But here in the United States, what we find from sports tech startup challenges is the validation process, the validation of the concept, the technology, and the market size, scalability. Those are the challenges. In the validation, it's kind of like, hey, I got an idea, I want to take it to market. Let's slow up and let's validate that first. Let's just make sure there isn't a lot of overlap. Someone may already be in that marketplace really strong that you don't know of. So we have a period of you need to validate your concept, technology, and market, and your capability to execute. Reliable and economical MVP development. So a lot of people are struggling with overpaying for technology and developers that disappear. So the consistency of finding reliable tech developers is really a challenge. You could have the best idea in the world, you could have great technology, but if you don't have an advisory board to open up doors for you to help you, so we help them with that, but that's definitely a challenge, as well as having the network and the experience and the relationships to build out a diverse experience advisory board. So sharing their story to a global audience is a lot of times a challenge for many of our founders. Our sprint platform or sprint pitch competition, it's virtual, so it helps the ones that are a little bit shy and a little bit more reserved. But being able to be a self-promoter and share your story to a global audience is definitely a challenge. Number one, if you're going to do it and advertise it, it costs a lot of money. Not everybody wants to do a podcast. Not everybody's going to do a blog. Not everybody's comfortable on LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram. Sharing their stories is a challenge, and we help that with that as well. And obviously, the biggest one is seed or growth funding. So friends and family around, maybe crowdfunding, maybe a grant through an accelerator, but a lot of times our startup founders are hitting a wall after that. And they turn to us to help them with that, but it's a longer process, especially if they're pre-revenue. So seed or growth funding, figure out where that money is. How do you get it? What's your story? Are you buttoned up? Do you validate your business idea? So all of these things are challenges, and I would assume that's probably a global challenge as well. So my contact information is rob@gameplayingu.org, on LinkedIn, YouTube channel, GamePlayingU Today. Obviously our website and WeChat at Thompson GPU. And that is it. So on behalf of all of us at GamePlayingU, thank you so much for allowing us to share our story, our platform, and everything that we're doing with our founders. We're extremely proud of what we established here, and I hope that we're able to work together and enjoy the rest of the year. It's been a crazy one, and I know we're all going through it together, so that's one thing that binds us. Nothing better than the sports tech industry, the founders, the energy, and everything that happens. It connects us to the world, and we all miss sports as it's been shut down, and we're slowly creeping back to it. So on behalf of me and all my staff at GamePlayingU, 감사합니다. Thank you.
네, 럽 톰슨의 발표까지 잘 들어봤습니다. 발표자의 발표에 대해서 궁금하신 사항 있으시다면 언제든지 댓글 남겨주시면 되는데요. 댓글 남겨주실 때는요, 발표 2라는 말머리를 달고 남겨주시면 됩니다. 저희가 발표가 다 끝나고 나서 이 종합 토론 시간이 마련이 돼 있거든요. 그때 질의응답도 함께 해보도록 할 테니까요. 많은 참여 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Thank you, Mr. Rob Thompson. If you have any question or issues about this presentation, please put presentation 2 in the comments. Please participate in this as many as possible so that we can share the questions and opinions together in the comprehension discussion. Thank you. 자, 다음은요, FC 도르트문트가 코로나에 대처하는 방법, 팬 서비스 측면이라는 주제로 FC 도르트문트의 아시아 총괄인 슈리치 레츠메넨의 발표 영상이 준비가 되어 있습니다. Next, we will see a video presentation from Mr. Shurich Lechmanen, the head of Asia of FC Dortmund, on how FC Dortmund challenging COVID-19.
Good day, students from KISS. My name is Suresh Lechmanen from Borussia Dortmund, Asia Pacific, and today I would like to share with all of you, on a lecture or a presentation about the current challenges of COVID-19 and how Borussia Dortmund has overcome these challenges for the Global Sports Industry Conference 2020. As you can see on the first, or rather on the second slide, there's a list of contents that we will be sharing with you today. And these are the ones that I will run through with you and also share with you the importance of the situation. This slide that is in front of you showcases the yellow wall, which is one of the most significant stadium in world football. It's called Signal Iduna Park Stadium, and the yellow wall, as you can see on this slide, showcases 25,000 people, and hence the wording that's described or in this slide, it's not any club, but it's one of a kind. And this is something that's very, very special. It's black and yellow, Südtribüne as it's called in Dortmund, or the South Stand. And this is so important for the establishment of Borussia Dortmund in the European football scene. Because BVB is the perfect platform with high organic reach and engagement, this shows that we are obviously unique in our brand positioning in European football or global football. We have brand ambassadors, which are predominantly our players, that's going out there to attract the public. As you can see, we are also deemed to be known as the most popular German football brand. It's a people's club. This club is all about the hearts of the people that have come to support a wonderful club. Dortmund is a people's club that everyone comes and support. There's limited or very, very small polarization, even to a certain extent zero polarization. If you were to go out and speak to football enthusiasts, I don't think many of them would say they dislike Borussia Dortmund. They would probably say, wow, Borussia Dortmund is a great club, and we are proud to find a club that has created or has developed so many top talents. As mentioned as well in this slide, we have the highest average attendance in world football, an iconic stadium. We have close to 80,000 people that come to the Signal Iduna Park Stadium on a match day, especially on a Bundesliga match day, and probably something lesser on the Champions League because we have to convert our standing terraces to seated terraces due to the safety and security concerns. But as you can see, we have a huge black and yellow global fan base, 49 million interested in Germany, but look, 189 million enthusiasts globally. With that, 15.1 on Facebook million Facebook followers, and the rest you can see as described on the slide on your extreme right. But what's important in this slide as well, 75 million people like BVB in Asia, and that's a huge significant, more than 49 million only in Germany. So this shows the club's presence and reach here in Asia. Again, we are all in unprecedented times, especially since COVID came into place, and based on this situation in early March or February, we have all go through these challenging times and difficult period. But the club remained resilient, the club remained strong, the club remained committed to all our stakeholders, our fans, our partners, the media, and we are very proud that the club is still out there and giving its best on the pitch, and especially with this wonderful picture of Erling Haaland, who I'm sure everyone is very familiar with in world football. Here are some of the business figures impacted by COVID-19. We again have to be patient. It's hard to imagine football without fans. We have to keep going. We will have to keep going till we get through this situation. Here you can see our current numbers that we have shared. I think most of the footballing world these days have seen really tough times. We have a net loss of 43.9 million euros this year, but that doesn't stop us from continuing to develop. This is a statement of intent that we are really looking to grow our reach and our visibility through sustainability and also to media presence for the club. Football has suffered significantly, especially as far as the COVID is concerned. We have a downturn of 13% in the fourth quarter. And again, as I mentioned, it's tough to play behind closed doors because this club is all about the fans and all about the people. And unfortunately, we have a revenue loss of just over 3.2 million euros per match day, and this is significant loss for us. But we need to be strong and be resilient, as I mentioned, to go forward, and hence club players will have to forego part of their salaries to ease the financial burden of our employees, and of course we need to provide enough support to our employees. They are the ones that are also going out there to build the club's presence and visibility and also to promote the club. And I think we have a fantastic management team, and our players understand the predicament that we are all in. Hence, we have joined hands to develop and promote Dortmund through employers in Germany, for example. 56,000 jobs in German football business are at stake following the suspension of the league. And this is something very important for us, There's a valuable sign of solidarity in Borussia Dortmund. Will save tens of millions of total, in which help to protect BVB in the city. We did that in Dortmund in the early stages, or in the first, at least the end of the first quarter and the start of the second quarter. This is and I think we had a very, very big statement from our club chairman or club president, Mr. Watzke, to say it was a valuable sign of solidarity to the public and to our 850 employees that we will stand behind them. First of all, it's very important to be aware where the problem could lead, but in management you always work in worse circumstances and best cases. We dealt with the worst case very quickly, and I had the feeling that everyone from players to temporary workers had noticed what the situation meant. The players did without any hesitation, and the employees restricted themselves. And this is a great role model for our club. The players did without any restriction, as I mentioned. We did not hesitate to support each other and almost counter-react globally as well. As you know, that we have also 2 other further offices in China as well as in Singapore. So that's pretty much what we are looking to do, and we have now preserved most of our employees, and we are confident that the situation will improve in the coming months. As you can see, Bundesliga set to be the first big league to restart, and I think we were very, very fortunate to have a global audience to see that there was many followers or many media attention when we restarted the league. And you can't get any bigger than the first game between Borussia Dortmund and Schalke 04, which obviously had a lot of interest globally, we had to create the concept that defines the hygiene, medical and organization requirements in the club, which is obviously very important when we know that the infection rates were going up, but we protected and find situations where we could provide enough security and safety measures for not just the players, but also for the staff from the Bundesliga and also from the media that are coming to obviously broadcast the match. And what was important was the basis was the creation of the concept that defines hygiene, medical and organizational requirements. This is again very important, as you can see in graphic deception 2.2. The concept are on 3 aspects: domestic environment, training and matches in the stadium. These are very, very important areas where we needed to protect the players and also obviously the employees. There were strict guidelines in the players' own homes, so they have to keep safety measures from their friends and also from their family. They must also consider that the interest of their health and also for their colleagues that are also coming to the stadium to play games. We reduced from an 80,000 capacity to only 300, so you can imagine the stadium being relatively empty with only a few voices or screams being heard. But for what was good to know, at least what was impressive to take to note, is that we had more than 6 million that tuned in to watch the first league match in the 2 months. So these are things that are very, very important statistics for you to take into consideration. Again, the club converted the Signal Iduna Park Stadium to become a Corona treatment center. This is one of its kind. It's one of its few stadiums that were, if not one of the stadiums that has converted into a treatment center for the public. Again, this is so important for us to show solidarity and support to the public. The new treatment structures at Signal Iduna Park were intended for patients who are suspected of having COVID-19 infection and who are experiencing some form of struggles and challenges and complaints that required some treatment, and we converted this into an outpatient medical care or medical center to give them the treatment in the most caring way, so that we are able to qualify manner and practice statutory general practice for general practitioners here in Borussia Dortmund. What we did at the same time, as you can see in this slide, is what we call the No Matter What campaign. And this is again such a significant presentation or from the club, or at least a campaign from the club. As you know, we are all in difficult and in pandemic times. No matter what, the club is here to stay. No matter what, the club is here to support its fans, its supporters. No matter what, the club was there to support its employees. No matter what, the club was there to also support stakeholders and businesses in and around Borussia Dortmund. This is a significant and the most important aspect of us to come up with a concept that sort of brings everyone together. And this is what we did for the new campaign and the new season. For years now, a song rings around the stadium when everyone is there in the stadium for the last 10 months, singing, cheering, and now it leaves with a very, very quiet atmosphere. And now with this, it leaves some goosebumps for us to know that there is a hope and opportunity for us to come back to a full stadium. After a long time with silence in the stadium, the time has come to send this message back to everyone and especially to our fans. Again, as mentioned previously, it's about supporting our local businesses. As you know, the city of Dortmund is very much rooted towards food, beer, and also to a certain extent an element of tourism, where we have various people from all over the world coming to Dortmund, particularly to see and experience the Signal Iduna Park Stadium. But why and how is this possible without fans? So we need to support the business. We have made incredible progress in the digital area, which helps us tremendously. When I see what and how much content we've made available, it is impressive even if we see that this cause is so important for us. At this speed, we would definitely not have developed further into the digital area without Corona. We can compensate a lot of things to the digital sector, and that's exactly what we have done, which I will touch on a little bit more about what we have done within Asia, especially what recently that we did the virtual Asia tour. But certainly not everything it's about the glorification of football, but it's also about sustaining the businesses as well. And that's why we are now looking to embark into this season into the digital sphere. So Dortmund, as I mentioned, is known to be a gastronomical business, and they were forced to close down because of the current situation. Due to emergency regulations, most of Dortmund's businesses were forced to close down. The club identified that food and drink industry as one of the most important sector that will be affected or to lose businesses in that sense, and because of also there's not enough spectators coming to the match days, and they are forced to close the businesses. This is not only sad for our fans, but also for the players that they would like to go to some of these restaurants after the games. So food and drink industry has suffered. There was severe financial losses for Dortmund's catering industry. For us, it became very, very clear that we want to help our local community. Together with the club and together with everyone in Borussia Dortmund, we raised close to 86,000 for our US dollars for our local businesses. It's called Borussia Connects. It's initiative once again to roll into action in recent years. This is so important for us that we are able to use digitalization to bring people together, so that they don't have to spend money in terms of cash, but they do it through an application or an app, and to have them paid off to buy a sausage or a beer or a coffee. And there are also fans who donated were rewarded with free access to this film that recounted the founding history of the club. So this is, as in this slide, showcases the importance of how we have raised businesses or raised the monies for local businesses in Dortmund. Of course, this is not the stadium experience, but we want to bring the emotions to make the club and the people close the very best possible way. As I spoke earlier on in my presentation, that this was one of the most important and the most significant activity for us during this pandemic, which is the Virtual Asia Tour. Well, we were due to have the first team typically on every pre-season tour that the team will travel outside of Germany, and we were actually due to travel to Asia, but unfortunately due to the pandemic we were unable to do it, and hence we decided to do the first ever Virtual Asia Tour 2020. It's an online content that will include virtual meetings with players, live stream of training sessions and possibly friendly matches, as well as offline content that will take form of activities on locations in Asia with the BVB players, with BVB legends, and this is very, very important to bridge these relationships with our stakeholders. This is a game changer for us as a club, but it also brings the stakeholders, fans, media, partners, everyone else close together with the club and themselves. So we've done 3 key markets in this for the Virtual Asia Tour. 1 very much in China, number 2 was over in Japan, and 3 in Southeast Asia. These are some of the media clippings that you can see that have brought some form of communications and press visibility for us, or media visibility for us. We had 2 media roundtables to announce the tour dates and activities and general plans for Asia in the next few months, and we had obviously a first team player and also our sporting lead or sporting head of our sporting department to also share the plans for the club in its activities in the next 12 months. So we had the warm-up China launch for BVB Tmall store. This was again something that we are planning to do, or we have thought of doing, because of its of e-commerce, which is such a huge platform and also for a huge business for us. Not many people could get a chance to go to the shopping malls because you physically need to be there, and with pandemic it is very, very tough. Hence we found a relationship to partner with BVB Tmall store. It was launched on July 24th to 26th. It's a 6-hour live streaming with close to 20,000 fans participating, an online game with 10,000 participants as well. The launch of the Corporation of Shanghai Transportation Card, it's one of its kind that we had customized card, or exclusive card, that fans and the public could purchase and be part of the Shanghai transportation system. There was a city BVB dedicated bus which was designed black and yellow, as you can see on this slide, that showcases all around Shanghai, and this was so important to show and to bring the club and the fans together. We also did a Puma store booth fan gathering with our colleagues from our China office, and this is so important to get KOLs introducing our BVB products. And lastly, we had an amazing experience with our former goalkeeper Roman Weidenfeller for a first ever online meet and greet session with our partners. So these are things that with the warm-up for China. We did the cup jersey launch, and this is also very important for us since we can't do a physical launch. We did it on social media channels. We had influencers from India, for example. We had Axel Witzel who cross-shared his the new jerseys on his platforms. Again, we had Roman Weidenfeller and also Dede, former players, to talk about the new jerseys or the new kits on their Instagram accounts. Again, typically we will not do this, or actually we will do this on a digital platform, but not on a bigger scale, because we will probably do it on ground. But this time we did it on digital platform, and it's important that we could reach as much and as many fans as we can. We did an online meet and greet session. I think we did that with Roman Weidenfeller in China, but this time we got the first team player, our former captain, World Cup champion Mats Hummels. There were close to 100 people from China attended an online meet and greet session, which was an amazing experience, even for the player himself, to be seen that there were people even that you are not allowed to be physically present, but there were people just waiting to have this opportunity to wave, to say hello, and to Mats Hummels. We have an executive management from BVB to also join the meet and greet session. And then Mats Hummels signs BVB's all-new cup kit for the upcoming season as a giveaway to our fans in China. And from pitch side, again, we had a training session. And usually on a tour, the training sessions are done physically, but this time we did it online with our former player, a legend, Patrick Owomayela, who's also a presenter on Bundesliga, or a guest presenter on Bundesliga, with our Chinese reporter, Sti. They did a live behind the scenes showing from the training ground. We had close to 3.8 million viewers only for this particular pitch side training session, which is an amazing number to see how many people in fact were interested to watch Borussia Dortmund train, and unique viewer peaks up to 300,000 viewers at one particular time. We had also Julian Brandt, our player, to have a live interaction with the fans, and this is again done with a Q&A session from China straight to live to Dortmund. We had a hashtag Virtual Asia Tour, which grew up to 5.1 million reads on Weibo and 4,000 hashtags related posts, and this is an amazing feat for our experiences in China. And finally, we had a clip from Roman Buki as well, and Julian Brandt. Again, this is something we have done in 2015 and 16 in China, Southeast Asia, and Japan. And just for Roman Buki to talk about the opportunity and the sessions that he had when he was touring Asia during 2015 and 2016. For the US, I think I forgot to touch that apart from China, Japan and Southeast Asia, we also had sessions in the US and also India, just to correct myself. SPTV, officially a DFL broadcaster of Japan, asked Giovanni Reina questions about their training camp, and this is so important for the Japanese market, for example. And this was a very, very nice session, noting the fact that Giovanni Reina was one of the youngest players to break into the first team, and his experience playing for the first team. And we also had something with Next Media from Vietnam that had an exclusive interview with Giovanni Reina about his success in climbing up from the youth team to the first team. As mentioned, we had a live meet and greet session with Roman Buki, as you can see with his smile in this picture or in this slide. He was very, very excited to be part of this and to show his support to our fans in Asia. We had also some of our management colleagues to talk about an online meet and greet session with our main partner Evonik, with the live Kinectic sessions and online training, an online coaching session made by one of our academy coaches on behalf of the BVB Evonik Football Academy. And these are really, really very interactive sessions for all of the fans in Japan. What's interesting as well is we had 120 Evonik employees attending this Evonik online dinner. So basically, people were seated in China and there were people seated in Germany, and they sat down as if they were seated face to face to have a nice dinner. We had our managing director, Carsten Kramer, who was part of this whole delegation, and together with Axel Witzel, our midfielder, our first team player with the new cup jersey that was presented and signed. Again, this is an unbelievable experience because usually, as I said, you do it face to face, but this is done digitally, and I think the reception was overwhelming as well. Here in Southeast Asia, as you can see, the number of media that attended the press conference with Thomas Delaney, our first team player, and our first team head of sporting division, Sebastian Kehl, to talk about the upcoming season. Because of pandemic, obviously we don't really have many fans, or not that much fans that will come to the stadium, but these are just some insights to what the expectations from the club would be, and how they are very much looking to preserve and keep our young players like Erling Haaland, Jadon Sancho, Giovanni Reina, and also the fact that we were trying to compete with Bayern Munich for the title as well. So these are a press conference, that what we did during the course of the Virtual Asia Tour. Again, we had a media interview with Emre Can with PPTV in Thailand. This is a very, very unique piece of media. We localize it to talk about interesting topics like local food, about Asian culture, and maybe at a certain aspect as well to talk about trying to attempt to speak in a certain Asian language, like for example Japanese, Thai, Bahasa, and this was important for us so that our local fans can also feel connected to the club. We did an online meet and greet session. Again, this is a continuation of what we did again, and this we did via Zoom with all our Southeast Asian fans. We had close to 30 fan club representatives, and again, we have a significant number of fans, as I mentioned, as you saw in the slides, in previous slides, about our reach in Southeast Asia, or let alone in Asia. And this time we had 30 fan club representatives from Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Korea, Hong Kong, India and Thailand to join a live Q&A with our World Cup winner, Champions League winner Karl-Heinz Riedler, as well as Roman Weidenfeller, talking about their experiences in Asia, and also about the current season and how they expect the current season to produce success for us as well. We had the first ever pre-match show, a test game in Duisburg in Germany, and we had a live screening from Southeast Asia, or at least from Asia, where we had close to 400,000 engagements watching the game, 135,000 views in China, where at one stage it peaked to 8,700 viewers. The video was watched, or the match was watched 155,000 times. Here in Singapore, we had a fan reporter and a key presenter called Roshan from Singapore, who dialed in live and to talk to Karl-Heinz Riedler, and also to join Patrick Owomoyela, as well as a presenter in Dortmund, to talk about the ongoing game, as well as the opportunities and the experiences in Asia. And finally, we also had a session with a professional club here in Singapore to do some football or sporting challenges with our players, and also, as I mentioned, language challenges with Mats Hummels and Emre Can. And then just to detour a little bit, we made the announcement of our club partnership with Hyderabad Football Club. It's an Indian Super League club, and we were very, very pleased to make the announcement of this partnership. As you know, we have 3 other partnerships here in Asia as well. And Patrick Owomoyela, our legend, also joined in for a podcast session that had 1.5 million subscribers and had 13,000 views on this channel. So these are the summary of activations in a nutshell. There were live interviews with BVB players and 20 Asian media houses, which was never been done before, and this showed that we were very, very close to reaching out as many people as we can. We had live interactions with first team players, legends, to over 20 BVB fan clubs in Asia. We had 3 on-site events in China. We had collaborated 5 global and 15 regional partners in Asia, and this is so important for all our partners who are unable to be on ground, or we are unable to be on ground to reach to them. We had 8 live and meet and greet sessions with our partners and sponsors, and we had close collaboration with our Bundesliga and regional TV partners in Asia. So this is a summary of activations that we have done. Regardless of the COVID situation, we were still very, very active during this period of time. So as we prepare for the outlook on the new normal, as we put it, there are budget restrictions that will lead to more focused use of resources, which is right now very important for us digitally. We need to look into on-site activations that are planned now in the spring of 2021, because we are unable to travel. As you know, there's so many restrictions globally, and we still have to keep our relationships with our stakeholders and our partners. And depending on the overall development of the pandemic, we are really hoping to be on ground as soon as we can. There's partner support, and key accounting will be key focus for us in the next few months. We will keep a very, very close eye and a very, very close hand with all our partners to support them, especially digitally. There are new partners that we have secured, and we are looking to do mutual projects that will open up a number of new opportunities, creating new ideas, creating new innovative concepts to substitute the current on-ground activities that we are unable to execute. And lastly, to be flexible enough, as I mentioned, to be creative and to have an agile approach to be successful in the next few months. These are all challenging times for us, but I believe that we are all in the right track, and I think Borussia Dortmund in the last 10 months have developed all these new concepts and new ideas, and we would like to share with all of you. Again, I hope this session has been a nice, fruitful, and an eye-opener for all of you at KISS. And please feel free to reach out to me should you have any questions. And once again, thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience, and also for allowing me to share our BVB insights to all of you. Thank you, and have a nice day.
네, 세 번째 발표 영상까지 만나보셨습니다. 역시나 보시다가 궁금하신 점은요, 댓글 남겨주시면 되는데요. 댓글 남기실 때는 발표 3이라는 말머리 잊지 마시고 남겨주시면 됩니다. 모든 발표가 끝난 후에 저희가 종합토론 시간이 마련이 되어 있으니까 그때 질문을 좀 드려보도록 하겠습니다. 많은 참여 부탁드리고요. 혹시나 또 앞에 지나간 발표에 대해서 궁금증 있으시다면 지금 남겨주셔도 되니까 주저마시고 많은 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. We just watched the presentation by Mr. Schritzletsmannen. Also, if you have any questions or discussions about this presentation, please put presentation 3 in the comments. Please participate as many as possible so that we can share the questions and opinions in the general discussion session. Don't hesitate to leave comments if you have any questions or comments. 네, 이제 마지막 발표만이 남아 있습니다. 뉴노멀 시대에 팬들을 경기장으로 다시 돌아오게 하는 방법이라는 주제로 핀 월시의 발표 영상이 준비가 되어 있습니다. This is the last presentation. Let's watch the presentation by Mr. Finn Walsh on bringing back the fans, how real-life tech is helping venues open up in the new COVID world.
Hi there, my name is Finn Walsh. I'm a senior business consultant for Real Life Tech, and I'm delighted to be presenting to you all today and explaining how we are helping venues and stadia around the world to bring back fans in the new normal that we find ourselves in. As a brief introduction, Real Life Tech is an experience automation platform for some of the world's biggest stadia, venues, and sports teams. As a technology company, we work with the likes of Tottenham Hotspur here in London, UK. We also work across the US with the likes of LA Galaxy, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we also work in mainland Europe with arenas and stadia in Germany, in Sweden, and even as far as the UAE with the Etihad Arena that has just opened. One of the main pain points that we come across with any team or stadia that we work with is that they have invested and have placed a number of technologies that focus on their one job. As you can see on the screen, a few examples of these would be a point of sale, also a ticketing platform, and maybe even in-venue digital signage. Now, a number of these platforms and technologies will identify a fan as they move throughout their journey, but they do not have a unified view of that customer as they don't speak to each other, and there is nothing connecting these technologies together. For example, with ticketing. Ticketing is very optimized to a single user journey. A ticket will be found by a user, they will choose the type they want, they will then buy it, and they will then receive the ticket. But that ticketing company and solution does then not pass on their information to the point of sale at the stadium. It does not pass that on back to the Wi-Fi system that is there, and therefore we find that a lot of data on customers is siloed in each of these different technologies, and therefore the customer can be lost as they move both before, during, and after the event. So we find that our platform is the solution. We integrate with all these technologies to bring them together and create a single customer view of who that fan is. We then bundle that information into our hub and intelligently push out a personalized experience to users across any front end that might be in place. These front end examples can be a mobile app when people are progressing, all the way through from their journey to a stadium to the actual event itself. And we enable automatic communication, automated content, automated personalized offers to that fan based on what we know about them. And again, it may not just be app, but it also extends to websites or progressive web apps and even to digital screens in venue. If there is a screen or a solution that we can personalize for a user and a fan, we can do so. So the platform, one of the things that we start with is our automation platform, and that is what we call Easel. We can enable a setup of audiences, which is a different type of user, again, based on who they are, what we know about them, and any interaction or engagement they may go on to commit. We then have realities, which is the triggers that we would set up in the background to understand how a user moves through their journey. And then sparks, which is the automatic communication, automatic content personalization, and offers that are going to be pushed and delivered to these individual fans based on which audience and reality they existed. This enables sports teams, it enables venues to offer improved fan journeys, to engage fans in a more accurate and engaging way, because we now know a lot more about them and a lot more about how best to engage them. It also allows venues and stadia to sell more. If we know who a unique user is, we can personalize offers, we can personalize food and beverage and even merchandise to that individual, and therefore they are more likely to buy. And overall, and our main aim is to create a better fan experience, which again can be automated in an intelligent way. So a brief example of a user journey and how we automate this is in the day of a fan in the morning, when someone has woken up, we want to be personalizing the experience for them to be focusing on pre-match or pre-event content and allow them to have pre-order opportunities. Again, we want to segment their day as they move through, and we want to be able to personalize the experience that they have. In the early afternoon, as they prepare to come to the event or the stadia, we are then allowing things like ticket upgrades or a COVID safety checklist and even travel news updates to be in the palm of their hand, so they do not need to go elsewhere. This allows us to effectively communicate with these people to when they need to arrive, to which part they need to arrive to, and give them the confidence they need to return to live events. And this is one of the fundamental issues of COVID, is that even if fans are allowed back in the stadium, we want to give them the security and confidence they need in order to come back. When they arrive at the stadium, again, we want to personalize the experience they have and enable in-venue functionality they will need. This could extend to digital ticketing, this could extend to F&B pre-ordering and food and beverage ordering, wayfinding throughout the stadium or the venue, and also real-time safety messaging. Again, that can be automated based on who they are and what we want to send to them. Once they're in the stadium, we want to again allow them easy access, so enabling them to get in. We want to have engaging quizzes and competitions and other features of that nature. And again, continued food and beverage ordering to make the experience more contactless and again, digitize the overall journey. And then post-match or post-event, the communication again needs to be personalized to keep them engaged, keep them being a repetitive and repeat audience member, and deliver personalized rewards or loyalty points to that individual so they feel they are getting the most of their day. So our COVID Safety Hub is split into a few unique elements of how we are digitizing the fan experience in venue and the new features that COVID has made us enable on the platform and for sports and entertainment venues. These 5 areas are personalized safety feeds, so being able to deliver personalized safety information to individuals, again, based on who they are. If we were to simply enable this as a one-size-fits-all, people are not going to feel that they have the unique and relevant information to them to bring them back to the stadium. We then are digitizing food and beverage ordering with purpose-built F&B solutions. We then also are using location data to enable real-time safety messaging. And then lastly, we have a concept of a health passport, which we will come on to in a bit more detail. But first comes first, a brief demo of a personalized safety feed in action. So this is actually live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where we welcomed back 10,000 fans a few weeks ago at one of their post-COVID events. We wanted to enable a few things here. We wanted to enable a unique user ID and a ticketing integration. So again, based on who that user is, based on who they are and what ticket type they have, we can personalize the relevant experience. So here we have the individual logging in, and they now have their personalized entry time to the stadium. They have their personalized digital tickets in-app, and they also have frequently asked questions and other event day relevant links, and even a safety checklist that they must adhere to if they are to be allowed back into the venue and stay safe whilst they're there. This can be pulling in all sorts of data sources, like from ticketing, the CRM or data warehouse you may also use. But again, we are simply trying to enable a personalized experience for users on the day. A second example would be the automated conversation tool that we enable in partnership with Satisfy Labs. So using Satisfy Labs AI chatbot, we can enable people to ask any relevant question they need to about their event experience. We then have a list of answers and categories that can be automatically and intelligently delivered to that individual, and even so far to extend accurate insights to who that customer is, the problems they're having, and react to that in real time and react to that response. We then have contactless collection. So this is on the food and beverage ordering side. So looking to digitize the experience for fans once they're in venue. Again, we have the example of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So we wanted to enable people to have the accurate menu item for them. So they both have pre-order opportunities for a pickup slot relevant to them, or collect ASAP, which means that they can sit in their seats and they can buy and purchase menu items. We then have the relevant menu items here. An individual can go in and purchase using Apple Pay or any other payment method or payment gateway provider. They then check out in a unified and simple journey, and they now have their order confirmation page shown to them. Once we see this purchase here, what is new is a order status in the middle of the page, as we can see here. Now, this order status will automatically update based on where their order is in their journey. So this will automatically be updated by the concessionary or the relevant manager to make sure that the individual stays in their seat and aren't wandering the concourse, as that is one of the best ways that we can maintain social distancing and therefore keep people apart and potentially prevent a spread of COVID transmission and keep people away from each other to, again, keep that confidence level very high. Again, one of the things we would note here is the integrations that take place behind the scenes. So we've integrated with point of sale providers across a number of different stadia and venues. This allows a unified journey. So again, we have a cohesive user experience for each fan. We then also have seat delivery. So using a very similar methodology, we want to enable seat delivery for a certain type of fan. That might be a premium ticket holder or someone in a certain area. Now we can integrate with ticketing systems to automatically personalize this information, or we can allow a manual upload of this information via the user. Once we've deemed if they're eligible or not, they will then again go through the very simple and intuitive ordering process and checkout flow for them and their item. They will again then have a order status and order confirmation page to keep them updated as to where their ordering product is on its journey. As we can see here, they have their order status, the information of where it's being delivered to, and any other relevant information like their order ID that they need to hold on to. Moving on to another part of the COVID Safety Hub is the real-time safety messaging and crowd management. So using location data behind the scenes of mobile apps and mobile devices, we can maintain social distancing by mapping where people are moving around a venue or even a district, and then triggering safety messaging, push notifications to those individuals, again, based on where they are. So as we can see here, one of our live events, we have a cluster of users and fans arriving at the district for an event. As this starts to build up, the operations team would then have the flexibility and the power to trigger automatic personalized messaging to individuals saying that they need to locate and move to another gate to entry. If they were to open it, they would then have their personalized safety feed on the left, showing them the relevant information, the relevant areas they need to go to, again, based on who they are. And lastly, we have our health passport concept. So a health passport here in Europe is becoming increasingly important because in the rapid testing environment that we find venues and stadia going back to, we are imagining that people will have to have a valid health passport to allow them to come back into the venue. This could be based on them purchasing a ticket for an event. They might then need to have a valid and negative test of COVID to show that they are not asymptomatic, they are not hosting or carrying the COVID virus, and therefore they are allowed back to the venue. This means that they have to go through a series of checklists to enable them to actually come to the event, or the health passport will not allow them to view their ticket to get into the venue. Now, in the world that we find ourselves in, a lot of venues are being seen as a trial point where a rapid test and then a rapid result will be given to that fan to enable this in a few hours and even a few minutes, that people can be coming back to a venue safely and securely, especially when we start building up the capacity of fans returning. So when we start to look to getting back to 100% capacity, this sort of feature will be so critical. And we're already seeing airlines issuing very similar statements that they will not transport people if they do not have a health certificate. And this is one of the ways that this will be deployed. And this is the way that we are now deploying it for venues and stadia to ensure that people are not coming to the fan venue or stadia with COVID, and therefore we can reduce the transmission and keep sports and entertainment going no matter what comes through, especially now the vaccines are starting to be produced and distributed across the world. So just a few case studies of who we're working with. So Tottenham Hotspur in their new stadium here in London. So obviously, as a huge club with a massive following, they need to personalize the experience in-app for different users based on if they're coming to the venue or if they're in the rest of the UK watching from home, or again, if they're abroad in Southeast Asia, where again, they want to be focusing more on content and video and app engagement rather than in-venue functionality. And our platform is enabling that for them by facilitating things like digital ticketing, food and beverage ordering, in fact, for this upcoming derby between Arsenal and Tottenham, and also personalized safety messaging to again accurately display the relevant messaging to individuals based on who they are. We then have a few other customers going live. So the SSE Arena Wembley. So they are a major venue in the UK. They are welcoming back fans this month in a small capacity. And we've been working for them and with them over the past few years. And aside from COVID, we've seen a dramatic increase in revenue that people are spending because offers and products are personalized to them. But also there's been a massive wave in both simple and effective operational efficiency. for the user, but also for the arena itself. We also work with the SSE Arena Belfast over in Ireland. They focus very heavily on pre-ordering and F&B ordering. And again, we see a huge amount of revenue outside of show times being driven because they have personalized offers and rewards to individuals to incentivize them both to arrive earlier and also to spend more and spend more frequently than they would normally. And again, it's a great indicator for how mobile is facilitating this, and the data capture elements we have as well allow us to increase their database by a plus of 50,000 active users, which again can be targeted for future on sales and future ticket shows. Then we have the Mercedes-Benz Arena over in Germany. So again, Germany, completely different to the UK in the response to COVID and the way that they're rolling out fans back to stadia. But again, for us, we've been working both before COVID and after, and we have a massive focus on driving incremental revenue from them as soon as people are back. And we have been driving a huge amount of revenue across the different revenue streams they have. And we also have been huge on data capture. So again, they can grow their database and CRM to target future on sales and future ticket users to again grow out who they actually know. And a few more deployments. The O2 Arena here in London, they are being seen as a trial venue, seeing as it's the busiest venue in the world, to bring back fans in a small capacity this month, but also then a larger capacity as we move into 2021. Again, we've integrated with their ticketing provider, their point of sale provider, and many others to enable a unified journey and to enable functionalities such as in-app ticketing, F&B ordering, and personalized safety messaging. We then also, as shown, have the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That went live a few months ago and again has been helping to bring back fans already. And as they build towards their major race weekends in 2021, they again will be leaning on the mobile app that we power for them and the integrations we've done in the background to make sure fans are kept safe and have a confident and easy return back to the track. We then also have LA Galaxy. LA and California have much stricter, much more restricted regulations for bringing fans back. So again, the mobile app element that we power and the integrations we've done behind the scenes will be really key if they are to bring any fans back in early 2021. It's going to be a real test to see how the health passport concept rolls out there, because again, California are very strict and stringent policies in place to ensure people have vaccines and also have shown to show negative on their COVID tests. So again, one of the things that they'll be focusing on is seat delivery to make sure people stay in their seats and do not cross over with each other and make sure their return back to the venue is safe and done in an efficient and effective manner. So that's our presentation. Thanks very much for listening in. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer. And again, our platform is flexible enough to work in any sporting environment or entertainment environment. We work across 8 countries already in different nationalities and languages, and we'd be very keen to hear more about your market and what you're looking at. Thank you.
네, 마지막 발표였던 핀월 씨의 발표까지 모두 잘 들어봤습니다. 자, 발표자의 발표에 대해서 궁금하신 사항은 댓글 달아주시면 되는 거 아시죠? 이제 곧 시작되는 종합 토론 시간에 저희가 질의응답 시간 가져볼 테니까요. 많은 참여 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Thank you for Mr. Finn Walsh. If you have any questions or discussions about this presentation, please put presentation 4 in the comments. Don't hesitate to leave comments if you have any questions or comments. 간략하게 오늘의 발표를 좀 돌아보면요. 먼저 일단 기조연설을 해주셨던 사이먼 체드윅 교수님은 스포츠의 가속화 그리고 정치와 뉴노멀을 주제로 좀 의미 있는 말씀을 전해주셨습니다. 코로나 시대에 이 소셜 디지털 플랫폼을 활용해서 스포츠 팬들의 관심을 유지하려는 스포츠 단체의 전략과 또 이 스포츠 산업이 정치적으로 좀 해석이 되는 현상에 대해서도 심도 깊은 이야기를 좀 전해주셨습니다. 첫 번째 발표는요. 마이크 텔렘의 발표였는데요. 코로나19로 이제 새로운 피트니스의 등장이라는 좀 주제였습니다. 많은 사람들이 좀 참여하고 있는 피트니스 산업이 코로나 시대에 새로운 형태의 이 홈 피트니스 시스템을 개발한 캠타이에 대한 이야기를 전해주셨고요. 두 번째 발표는 스포츠의 디지털 분배, 개인 플랜유가 스포츠 기술 스타트업을 글로벌 커뮤니티에 연결하는 방법을 주제로 한 랍 탐슨의 발표가 이어졌었습니다. 세 번째 발표는 슈리츠 레츠메넨의 FC 도르트문트가 코로나에 대처하는 방법에 대한 발표가 이어졌었습니다. 도르트문트 구단은 국내에서도 굉장히 좀 유명한 구단 중에 하나죠. 그 구단이 이 코로나 시대를 맞아서 아시아 시장 관리 전략의 실질적 예시에 대해서 좀 이야기를 들려줬습니다. 마지막은 핀월시의 뉴노멀 시대에 팬들을 경기장으로 다시 돌아오게 하는 이 방법에 대한 발표였는데요. 릴라이프 테크는 여러 유명 구단을 위한 경험 자동화 플랫폼을 좀 제공을 하고 있고, 특히 환자 정보 공유 시스템을 활용해서 코로나 시대에 관람 스포츠에 대한 새로운 전략을 좀 제시를 해주는 발표였습니다. 이제 모든 발표가 끝났으니까 이 5분에 발표된 토론 순서가 됐습니다. 해당 발표자별로 국내 스포츠 산업의 이제 전문가가 매칭이 되어서 저희가 토론을 한번 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 토론자분 바로 소개해 드릴게요. Now we completed our presentation and it's time to have an in-depth discussion session. Let me introduce 5 experts in Korean sports industry for the discussion. 먼저 종합 토론의 진행을 맡아주실 경희대학교 한진욱 교수님 자리하셨습니다. First, Dr. Jin-Wook Han from the Gyeonghi University, and he will lead this discussion. 다음으로 첫 번째 발표의 지정 토론자인 갤럭시아 SM의 신선윤 이사님. Next, Dr. Seonyun Shin from the Galaxy SM, and he will talk about the fitness industry based on the first presentation. 다음으로는 두 번째 발표의 지정 토론자입니다. 인천대학교 홍진배 교수님 자리하셨습니다. Dr. Jin Bae-hong from Incheon National University, the panel for the second presentation. 다음으로는 세 번째 발표의 지정 토론자시죠. 박정수 과장님이십니다. Mr. Jong-soo Park, manager of K-League, the panel for the third presentation. 네 번째 발표의 지정 토론자는 경향신문의 김세훈 기자님께서 자리해 주셨습니다. Mr. 세훈 Kim, a journalist of the 경향 Daily Newspaper, the panel for the last presentation. 자, 소개해드린 이 5분의 토론자들은요, 발표 영상과 코로나 이후 스포츠 산업에 대해 조금 이제 심도 깊은 토론을 진행을 해주실 텐데요. 토론 진행해주실 한진욱 교수님께 마이크 넘기도록 하겠습니다. Dr. Han, please start the discussion.
네, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 경희대학교의 한진욱입니다. 벌써 2020년 지금 한 해가 다 저물어가고 있습니다. 2020년은 저희가 그야말로 코로나로 시작해서 지금 현재까지도 코로나로 끝나고 있는 그런 한 해가 되고 있는 것 같습니다. 스포츠 산업도 여태까지 한 번도 경험해 보지 못했던 그런 전대미문의 그런 어려운 환경에 처해 있습니다. 아무쪼록 오늘 글로벌 스포츠 산업 컨퍼런스를 통해서 학계와 현장의 그런 전문가들의 고견을 통해서 이러한 어떤 그 스포츠 산업의 팬데믹 이 상황을 극복할 수 있는 그런 어떤 의미 있는 인사이트를 도출할 수 있기를 기대하면서 오늘 토론을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째는 기조 연설을 하신 사이먼 체드윅 교수님께 제가 먼저 질문을 드리면서 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 사이먼 체드윅 교수님께서는 발제 내용 중에서 크게 이제 앞으로 코로나 팬데믹 이후의 상황을 4가지 시나리오로 제시하셨는데, 그 중에 이제 세 번째가 적자 생존, 빈익빈 부익부, 그런 프로 스포츠 리그에서 그런 상황들에 대해서 전망을 하셨습니다. 스포츠 리그에 있어서 그런 어떤 빅마켓 팀들의 어떤 리그의 지배력이 앞으로 더 강해질 것이다, 이런 전망을 하셨는데요. 근데 그러한 어떤 그 지배력이 비단 스포츠 팀에만 국한되는 어떤 전망인지, 아니면 그 이외에도 스포츠 미디어나 아니면 스폰서십 기업에게도 그런 어떤 적자 생존, 빈익빈 부익부의 상황이 편중되는 현상이 그쪽에서도 나타날 수 있는지, 그에 대한 질문을 드리고 싶습니다.
Hello, thank you for sending me your questions. I am going to go through them one by one. Please excuse me as I look down and look up and look down and look up to read the questions. So the first question, according to your presentation, you mentioned that big clubs will be able to survive in this situation. With your perspective, how do you think about sponsorship in the media market? Will the media market also be operated by major companies? And will the big clubs dominate sponsorship? My view of the media landscape is that it is already dominated by large corporations, not necessarily in every territory across the world, but certainly in the big territories across the world. So for instance, if we were to look at England and the broadcasting of the Premier League, the rights to Premier League broadcasting have been held for nearly 30 years now by Sky. And Sky, of course, is part of News Corporation. News Corporation also owns, for instance, Fox in the United States. And this is a business that has a global reach. It owns Star Sports in India, as we've already mentioned, Sky in the United States, Sky in the UK, and this is a big company, a big corporation. If we look at China as a very rapidly growing and increasingly influential media market, we have the likes of Tencent and Alibaba also making significant inroads. And keeping on with the theme of the English Premier League as one example, Tencent own the rights to Premier League games. But one suspects that when this short-term agreement is finished, and keep in mind Tencent has only just become the rights holder for Premier League TV in China for 1 year, I think we will see some of the bigger corporations, possibly Alibaba, taking over rights ownership. Could be Tencent again, but nevertheless, these are big operations. What I think is especially interesting about media markets at the moment is the role that the likes of Disney through ESPN, Netflix and Amazon are playing. And what we've seen, again, continuing with the Premier League example, is a plateauing of rights values in recent years. And there has been speculation that what we will begin to see is maybe the likes of Amazon or Netflix bidding for the right for Premier League matches. And so some of these more established corporations like News International, we may instead see them being replaced by Netflix, Amazon. But I think also there is the possibility that maybe leagues or governing bodies or possibly even clubs themselves may begin to enter the streaming and media markets. Some of you may have heard of clubs in Europe contemplating setting up a super league, certainly in football. And this is a portent of things to come, I think, is that with the growth, with the technology now available, it is possible for individual organizations, for individual clubs to begin streaming content themselves. And so I think we're living in a period of dramatic change in this field. We are living in a period where technology is democratizing in the sense that it is possible for individual clubs to stream content. But ultimately, my feeling is post-pandemic, that what we will see is industrial concentration. We're already seeing industrial concentration in football, but I think we'll also see industrial concentration continuing in the media and broadcasting markets, whether that's traditional terrestrial content or whether it's content that is streamed through digital platforms. In terms of sponsorships, again, my view already is that big clubs, big sponsors, industrial concentration, What I mean by industrial concentration is that you get a very small number of entities dominating the market. So we know that football clubs at the top end, Real Madrid and Juventus and Bayern Munich and others, are already dominating the market. They are attracting the largest budgets from the largest corporations globally, and so therefore have the largest presence. I think there's something interesting too here in terms of crowding out rivals, crowding out competitors. Because if you were, for example, Chevrolet, and you were spending, let's say, $70 to $100 million on a deal with a club like Manchester United, Manchester United can offer a range of benefits to these corporations that smaller clubs can't. So if Chevrolet was to spend $100 million on a smaller club in a lower league, it just simply wouldn't get the range of benefits. And so I think there's something too, not just in terms of profile and image and reputation and power and concentration, but as I say, effectively the bigger properties, the bigger clubs can provide more benefits. So question one is a really interesting one, because there is ultimately something about power and control and the dynamics of power and control linked to globalization, linked to technological change, linked to political shifts, linked to the ramifications of the pandemic that I think question one really addresses. But my view is we were already there. We were already there in this era of industrial concentration and domination by a small number of very powerful clubs and other organizations in the sector that were dominating. I just think that domination is going to continue. It's going to strengthen. And as I mentioned in my main presentation, the powerful are becoming even more powerful and the rich are becoming even richer.
네, 답변 주신 저희 사이먼 체드윅 교수님께 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 체드윅 교수님께서는 미디어 시장과 그런 스폰서십 어떤 그 마켓도 결국은 거대 미디어 그룹이나 그런 글로벌 기업들에 의해서 그런 어떤 편중 현상이 더 심화될 것이라고 그렇게 예측을 해 주셨습니다. 자, 다음 질문은 첫 번째 발표인 코로나19와 새로운 피트니스의 등장에 대한 발표에 대한 토론자이신 갤럭시아 SM의 신선윤 이사님께서 질문을 해주시도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 갤럭시아 SM의 신선윤입니다. 저는 이 자리에 현장 전문가의 입장으로서 참석을 했고, 제가 지정 토론으로 맡은 발표 주제가 코로나 이후의 시대에 피트니스 산업이 어떻게 변할 것이고 거기에 어떻게 적용할 수 있는 새로운 기술들이나 어떤 서비스가 나올 것이냐라는 그런 주제에 대해서 제가 지정 토론하게 됐는데요. 일단 발표를 잘 들었고요. 거기에 대해서 이제 제가 몇 가지 좀 궁금한 질문사항에 대해서 좀 정리해봤습니다. 제가 이제 현장에서 오다 보니까 일단 그 발표를 들었을 때 캠타이라는 회사는 어떤 사업 모델을 가지고 있는지 그게 궁금한데요. 거기에 대해서 한 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
Okay, so here are a few questions following my presentation that I've just given to you. Let's go over them one by one, and I'll try to explain our perspective. So first one is a simple one. What is the Chemtai business model? Chemtai is based on a monthly subscription model that includes all functionality. So basically like Netflix or anything like that, you pay a small amount of money to use all of the functionality in Chemtai, all of the content. And there is also an annual package or an annual subscription that is simply offers a discount. Later on, we may have some additional packages, but for the foreseen future, it's just a low monthly subscription so that everybody can enjoy Chemtai. second question.
네, 답변 잘 들었습니다. 그러면 두 번째 또 질문이 있는데요. 그 캠타이가 그렇게 벌추얼 서비스를 제공을 한다고 하면 실제로 이제 이 코로나 시대 이후에 피트니스를 못 나가고 있고 또 집에서 홈짐에서만 이제 운동을 하던 사람들도 조금 있으면 자기는 언제든지 이제 피트니스에 나가겠다라는 의사를 밝히는 사람들이 많다고 통계적으로 조사가 되고 있어요. 그렇다면 캠타이는 벌추얼 짐에만 집중을 하고 있는지 아니면 오프라인에 대한 비즈니스도 생각을 하고 있는지 거기에 대해서 답변을 부탁드리겠습니다.
Are there any possibilities that the team in Kimtai is considering to bring the virtual gym experience offline as well? So I think there's two aspects to that. First of all, in terms of what, actual gyms, we have been approached by some gym chains asking whether they could use Kimtai in the gym once COVID goes away, and obviously that's a possibility. More important than that, I think that, and I've spoken with that regarding that on my presentation, I think that the world is going to a hybrid fitness model where people will use many things and many services. They'll work out in a gym, they'll go and have a run outside, they'll have maybe a device at home, and they'll use a software like Kimtai. And so it's not exactly Kimtai going to the physical world, but definitely connecting to it. So when you want to have a personal training session at home, you'll do it with Kimtai. Maybe a couple of times a month, you want to have an actual personal trainer come over. You'll meet them at the gym, or they will come to your house, and maybe the same instructor will.
네, 답변 잘 들었습니다. 다음 질문은요. 사실 제가 이 발표자의 자료를 받은 건 한 일주일 전에 받았고요. 실제로 이제 현장에 있는 트레이너들 그리고 피트니스라던가 퍼스널 트레이닝 스튜디오를 운영하는 친구들한테 질문을 던져봤어요. 이 사람이 이런 발표를 했는데 어떤 질문이나 궁금증이 있냐 그랬더니 캠타의 서비스를 보고서 이제 그 친구들이 하고 싶은 질문들은 실제로 네가 서비스를 하는 걸 보니 체형을 측정하고 정확한 자세로 운동을 반복하고 그것에 대한 스코어가 기록이 되는 어떤 이러한 서비스를 하는 것 같은데 그럼 이 친구들이 묻고 싶은 질문들은 그러면 당신의 서비스는 티칭에 집중을 하고 있는 것이냐 아니면 코칭에 집중을 하고 있는 것이냐 조금 전문적인 질문이 될 수 있겠지만 또 트레이너들이 궁금증을 가질 수 있는 질문이기 때문에 이렇게 한번 물어보고 싶습니다.
Come to your house, and maybe the same instructor will also be available with workouts in Kimtai. Question number 3, are we focused more on coaching or on teaching? And you mentioned that teaching is more, measuring body types, providing the feedback, accurate posture. So I think a lot of what we do is teaching because we want people to exercise the right way. There's an old saying that practice makes perfect, but the truth is that only perfect practice makes perfect. And if you practice something for a long time the wrong way, you're damaging and you're not efficient. So if you have half an hour or 45 minutes to work out at home and you want to build your muscle or burn calories, we want to make sure that you're doing it the best way possible. And that is by maintaining proper form. And that also helps avoid injuries. And it's actually more fun that you can see the score, you can see how well you're doing. We also want to provide the coaching aspect, which is guiding you through which workouts to do and providing the encapsulation of fitness in your world to help you keep motivated and keep at it. I have another question. We think one of the most important.
네, 질문 잘 들었고요. 마지막 제가 그러면 궁금한 질문 하나 드리겠습니다. 실제로 이제 올해는 2020년에 가장 피트니스에서 성공했다는 브랜드를 이제 꼽으라면 당연히 펠로톤이었을 텐데요. 펠로톤에는 32명의 강사가 팔로워가 400만 명 넘는 그런 인플루언싱을 보여주고 있는데 실제로 캠타이도 그런 어떤 벌추얼 클래스를 진행한다고 했을 때 그런 어떤 매력성을 갖고 있는 트레이너의 요소를 가지고 있는지 그리고 이런 엔터테인한 어떤 강사의 요소를 강조할 수 있는 그런 매력적인 서비스를 제공할 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
I have another question. we think one of the most important elements of online virtual classes to be the instructor's capacity for entertainment. Is Chemtai ready for this? Well, at least to some extent, yes, we are. Not only do we provide feedback based on the specific trainer that you choose, but we also allow the trainer to define the actual workouts, to choose the music for the workouts, to video themselves guiding you in the workout. So when you work up with Chemtai, you get a very, very close feeling to having that trainer, the one that you chose, working out at home with you. And we already have trainers from around the world, so you can also choose a trainer from your country, or maybe actually, if you want to see what it's like to work out with a trainer from Brazil, you can do that in Chemtai, and the style might be a little bit different. We definitely agree that the entertainment piece here is important. We're not a media company, but we're actually a platform that enables trainers to upload their video workouts, and we add the layer of learning and of feedback to that. And we think that's the right direction.
네, 첫 번째 발제에 대한 질의와 응답을 해주신 미스터 마이크 텔렘 그리고 신선윤 이사님께 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 자, 그러면 두 번째 발표에 대한 질의 응답은 인천대학교 스포츠산업 창업지원센터장을 맡고 계신 홍진배 교수님께서 맡아주시겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 인천대학교 스포츠산업 창업지원센터장을 맡고 있는 홍진배입니다. 오늘 저희가 스포츠산업 창업지원센터에서도 스포츠 기술을 기반으로 한 많은 창업기업들을 현재 창업과 보육을 지금 맡아서 하고 있습니다. 오늘 랍 탐슨 대표이사께서 게임 프레뉴의 다양한 플랫폼 사업, 특히 여러 가지 투자자들과 함께 또는 예비 창업자들, 기존 창업자들, 그리고 기존의 기업의 경영자들 함께 링크해서 플랫폼을 통해서 스포츠 기술 창업의 생태계를 더욱더 발전시키는 그런 비즈니스 모델에 굉장히 많은 감명을 받았습니다. 그런 차원에서 제가 몇 가지 질문을 좀 준비했습니다. 첫 번째 질문이 되겠습니다. 스포츠 창업 기업들은 초기에 굉장히 많은 투자 유치하는 데에서 많은 어려움을 갖고 있다고 생각됩니다. 이런 어려움을 극복하기 위해서 어떠한 노력이 필요하며 또 게임 프레뉴가 이러한 스포츠 창업 기업들의 어려움을 어떻게 도와줬는지 사례가 있으시면 말씀해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
Okay, I'm going to answer some questions that were sent to me regarding this presentation. And I have 5 questions here that I'm going to answer in order. The first question is examples of investments through our founders that we've had in the last 12 months, which have been 32 of them. We have very early and mid-stage startups. So they're very much at the family and friends and then seed capitals. It could be crowdfunding, which is pretty popular here in the United States. So family and friends funding, seed capital, credit cards, and then through our network of angel investors. So very much between 25,000 and 100,000 US dollars, which is provided by our angel investors, have been the examples of and the levels that our founders typically will receive. Typically, they're very early to mid stage. A lot of them are pre-revenue. So it's the angel investor network, and I'll talk about that in a second. Challenges for funding that we're seeing with founders, and this is what they will back into, and these are questions that will be asked, is lack of network, the lack of our founders that don't have the relationships in the marketplace. Maybe they have a tech background, or they haven't been in a business development or sales position, or they haven't spent a long time in an industry. We have a lot of college students that have an incubated idea, that take it to market, and they don't have the relationships in the industry be able to convert into any type of monthly revenue, revolving revenue. So lack of their network is usually the challenge that we'll see, that they'll stop them for funding. A lot of it is pre-revenue, so you really have to find an investor. For us, you have to find the right investor, the smart money, the angel investor that's keen on that and really likes that space, whether it's esports, whether it's betting, or whether it's fantasy, that they really understand that space. If they don't, and if they don't know how you're making money or what your business model is, or you're unsure of that and you don't know your numbers, those are end of conversation situations. So really it's about that pre-revenue, or you don't know, the lack of sophistication about knowing your numbers, knowing what your margins are, and knowing your finances is really a game changer and a game over at that point. Not a big user base. So if you do have an MVP and you have been in a marketplace for three to 4, maybe 6 months, and your user base isn't growing, usually it's with some of the free tools in social media, you should be able to grow a decent number, a couple hundred at least, if you have some type of viable product that's out there. So usually that's a red flag and a warning for an investor. Tech's really not developed. If you have that, you're just not there with it. It may be your first MVP or your 1.0 version of it. And if it's just web-based at that point and it's not in an app, then sometimes it's, there is a little bit of a, hey, let me see what has you developed. So get back to me in 3 to 4 to 6 months as this thing develops. So that a lot of times is challenges with funding. And this is your first startup. Sometimes investors, they want to see that you have a little bit more experience in the space, or maybe some corporate experience or business experience. So if you're really young and you're really green, doesn't mean you can't do it and they won't invest in you, especially if you don't have some offset it with some people with experience on your advisory board or work with you on your team. So if you haven't built up a big enough team, or a team of a lot of experience, or your advisory board with experience, and you're solo and you're trying to do it on your own without the lack of experience, and this is your first startup, that will be hesitation with a founder and with investor. So those are the challenges of funding. That's some of the history with funding. We've had more collaborations with joint ventures than individual big funding. We are not at the Series A, Series B rounds, even sometimes pre-series rounds with $500,000 to $1 million. That's not where we're seeing our funders. It's usually still in the seed funding rounds.
네, 답변 감사드립니다. 랍 탐슨 대표이사께서는 답변으로 가장 또 많은 어려움을 갖고 있습니다만, 그중에 가장 또 어려움 중에 하나가 자본 조달에 있어서의 부족함이라고 말씀을 하셨습니다. 같은 연관된 그 질문이 되겠습니다. 스포츠 기술 초기 창업 기업들이 이러한 자본 조달에 어려운 점이 많이 있는 것을 감안을 할 때 어떤 점을 주로 피력을 해야, 다시 얘기해서 어떤 것이 셀링 포인트가 돼야 많은 투자자들로부터 투자를 얻을 수 있는지, 셀링 포인트에 대해서 말씀해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
Question number 2, what's a major selling point to attract more investors? So if you are a founder, what are those selling points if you're trying to gain more exposure and more investors to take a look at your business? What have I found to be those unique selling points? And the unique selling points is usually exposure. It's not just getting to one investor. It's using digital media to tell your story, to get out there. So that's number 1. It's just attention, getting it out there and putting your story into the marketplace. And we do that by our podcast shows that we have, which we have 4 of them. So we allow our founders to be able to tell their story. We help them tell their story and to scale their story globally through our social media channels. But really, to get you attention of a VC or an angel investor, especially when you're in a category that's maybe has a lot of different, it has a lot of competition in it, have something unique, have something different. It doesn't mean you can't do the same thing in a different way, but add a different vertical to that. So for example, if you have a platform for fantasy, also have a vertical in there and a strategy in there that has a social media or digital media component of that that's pretty aggressive to attract that. So what's going to be different? Your technology, you could always partner with somebody or get better technology as you grow, but your technology is not always going to be the one that sells it. It's going to be that other thing that makes it unique and different. And it could be a pilot program that you've already tested. It could be a case study. It could be in your branding. So that's one of the things that are different selling points. And when you're talking, another thing that's going to be a selling point for you is be very transparent in your challenges. If you're not good at selling or don't have anybody on your team that's good at selling, that's a challenge. You're early. You're in early and mid stage. You're not going to have all the answers. So be very transparent about your challenges when you're talking to an investor. I've never done that before. I've never done a marketing campaign, or I've never had to put together a platform before, or an app before, or built any software before, and I have to outsource that. But I found somebody to help me do it, and I brought them into my team, and we're doing it internally. We're building out the software internally. But I have some challenges with that. Or we released our first version, our 1.0 version of the software, and it was awful, or we didn't really do of marketing it, and we didn't really have a good idea of the business model. But we're learning and we're making adjustments and they're pivoting. That is what you have to do. You have to be upfront and honest. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has challenges. So there's trust that's going to be built in if you're very transparent and very honest about where you see your challenges. And then this is the last one of what is those major selling point to attract more investors, is being realistic about your valuation. You're just because maybe you're in the same category of another app or another software that sold for 200 million US doesn't mean that your company's valued at 2 million because you're in the same category. You have a similar model. Doesn't mean that. The valuation is going to be put on what somebody's worth, feels like it's worth paying for. So your valuation is only worth really what someone's willing to pay for it. So working with an angel investor or working with an investor, what you both agree upon, which is a fair market value, is going to be the one thing you start building your relationships and your reputation, is that the realistic valuation on your business. Because just because an investor may like it, they may not come in for a full investment. What we find is they'll then find other co-investors because they like you, trust you, but maybe I'm not willing to put in 100,000. I'll find 2 or 3 other folks that are willing to throw in 50 to 25 each, and we'll co-invest in this. But to attract more investors, you have to be transparent, you have to be realistic, and you have to be honest about all of those things. And you have to show them your wounds, show them your mistakes, and then that's going to build trust. So that's my answer.
네, 답변 감사드립니다. 마지막 질문이 되겠습니다. 포스트 코로나 시대 이후에 유망한 스포츠 창업 아이템이 어떤 것이 있는지, 스포츠 기술 창업을 중심으로 대표이사님의 견해를 말씀해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
Number 3, what areas do we find is going to be promising post-COVID? So where we all are right now, I think we're coming to the tail end of this, hopefully. And what we've seen emerge from the complete industry shutdown is those platforms that provide solutions for teams and leagues and media companies to engage and provide a better out-of-stadium experience for fans. So it's how are you going to distribute your product? How are you going to do brand activation? How are you going to create more loyalty? How are you going to get the connection to the pro athletes and the athletes to your fan base? On the pro level, college level is the same thing. On the youth level, it's how do you get youth coaching done in a virtual world, if possible, tracking data. But for me, the priorities, what I see happening is the growth in the betting and fantasy space. I know in 2019 there was that 1.5 billion that was spent, and a good portion of that was going to be in a player performance. I see that continuing to grow. Analytics, data, that's definitely going to be in there. I see esports with the high school, college, organized space down there as well. So I see that participation, how you distribute that information, media content distribution. So that is capturing media, that's social media specifically for fans relating to the affinity for players and for teams and the sport. And then e-commerce. I think e-commerce, obviously we all see what's happening now with e-commerce and the ease of it. Retail's taken a massive hit globally. So the days of going into a store and how that's happening. So e-commerce is going to be tied to a team, tied to a player, tied to fans, tied to participation. How am I going? What am I going to wear? What am I going to eat? What tickets am I going to buy? What platforms am I going to use? So e-commerce is definitely have to be in the equation, and the solutions for teams and leagues and media companies and brands to make the shopping and consumer experience better is continually to be the conversation. So I see that as a massive, massive opportunity if done right. That's answer number 3.
네, 두 번째 발표에 대해서 질의응답을 해주신 인천대학교 스포츠산업 창업지원센터장이신 홍진배 교수님, 그리고 게임 플랜유의 대표이신 랍 톰슨께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 자, 그럼 세 번째 발표에 대한 질의응답은 프로축구연맹의 박종수 과장님께서 맡아주시겠습니다.
예, 안녕하세요. 프로축구연맹의 박종수입니다. 제가 이번 발표를 듣게 된 것은 FC 도르트문트가 코로나 시대에 대처하는 방법, 팬 서비스 측면에서 발표를 들었는데 분데스리가는 평균 관중 한 4만 명 정도 되는 리그고 도르트문트는 세계 1위로 8만 명, 평균 관중 8만 명을 지금 하고 있습니다. 그래서 상당히 그 팬들이나 스폰서나 이런 부분들이 상당히 좀 탑 리그에 맞게끔 되어 있는데 뭐 아시아에서도 7,500만 명이 있죠, 팬들이. 그래서 상당히 도르트문트를 좋아하는 팬들이 많고 한데 코로나 시대에 있어서 스폰서 금액이 약간 많이 줄었다고 아까 발표에서 들었습니다. 한 580억 정도 줄었고 작년 매출이 한 6,800억 정도 수입이 됐다고 했는데, 그렇다면 스폰서십 계약이 가장 큰 부분일 텐데 코로나의 상황에서 스폰서들이 광고 효율성이 점점 감소하고 있을 테고 그런 부분들을 좀 상쇄시킬 수 있는 방안이 뭐가 있는지 궁금합니다.
Hi everyone. Just received some questions regarding my presentation on COVID-19 and how the club has overcome such a challenge. I've got the first question, and it says here, as we all know, the sponsorship takes the huge part of the entire revenue. BVB has announced that sponsorship revenue decreased due to COVID-19. In this situation, what actions will BVB take in the future to increase the efficiency of sponsorship? I think what's important right now is, yes, due to the current COVID pandemic, typical sponsorship activities have come down quite tremendously. But I think as in with regards to my presentation, I think we need to be innovative and creative. Hence, we need to look at alternative forms of sponsorship or alternative forms of revenue streams, and one of which is digital. And so we have to look into new potential digital opportunities, creating more digital content, as we did with the first ever virtual tour, virtual Asia tour. So we need to create some such forms of engagement through digital content. Secondly, we need to maximize e-commerce in terms of sharing opportunities and providing opportunities for our partners and potential partners through e-commerce platforms to have a nice holistic experience on e-shopping, for example. So looking into opportunities with the likes of marketplaces like Lazada, Shopee, for example, in Southeast Asia. The third one that I could think of is to do a little bit more with academic partnerships. It's important that we create a nice ecosystem for where sports and education are linked together, as what we are doing right now. I think education industry is, in my opinion, pandemic proof or recession proof, because everyone will take the opportunity to upgrade themselves. So looking into or targeting opportunities with the education sector is also vastly important. So these are 2 or 3 ideas that we can think of in terms of boosting sponsorship opportunities, and of course utilizing as much as we can with the advancement of technology in order for us to reach potential brands. As we have right now, our digital boards in and around our stadium, it's called VAR, DBR, and this is so important for us because we can segment it to different markets, and we could sell it to sponsors so that they can have their visibility in their respective markets. So that's my answer for question 1. Thank you.
예, 그 이커머스를 활용해서 교육적으로 공략을 하고 DVAR을 또 활용해서 콘텐츠하는 것이라고 좀 답변을 받았는데요. 그렇다면 그 코로나가 빨리 끝날 것 같지는 않습니다. 그래서 장기화될 것 같고 한데 구단을 운영하는 측면에서 좀 장기적인 시나리오나 계획들이 있는지 궁금합니다.
Question 2. Now we should prepare the long run with COVID-19. Are there any long-term plans about the club operations, such as for fans, employees, revenue generation, and cost management? And again, I think there's some connection to the first question. I think we don't know how long this whole pandemic would last, but I think there are measures that have been taken, steps and measures that have been adopted by the club. And it's obviously important for us to at some stage to get our fans back into the stadium, and also to give a chance for them for us to at least to get some revenues through. But again, I think this question is very much also aligned to the first question. We need to create new opportunities and new revenue streams. In terms of cost management as well, I think even from a costing perspective, we need to relook into specifics of how we can multitask and find ways where there are different areas where we could double up, for example. So I don't have an absolute answer for you in terms of the long run, but we don't know exactly how long this pandemic would last. All I can say is in these days we need to really embrace technology and also get into the digital world. And I think this is the model that we should be adopting, in which we could grow potential revenue and at the same time find ways to operate on cost management in that aspect. Thank you.
예, 그 코로나 때문에 그 기존과 같은 방법들을 활용하면 기존과 같은 그런 프로모션을 활성화할 수 없을 것 같다라고 말씀하신 것 같고, 모든 것을 새로운 방법을 찾고 리셋해라라는 그런 말씀을 하신 것 같습니다. 그렇다면 가장 그 마케팅적으로 선수를 활용한 방법이 가장 좋은 마케팅인데, 축구단에서는 그렇다면 선수들이 훈련 중이나 경기 중에 코로나 걸리는 것보다 일상생활에 있어서 걸릴 확률이 더 많은데, 아까 그 발표 내용에서 보면 그 가이드라인을 있다고 들었고, 그 가이드라인을 어떻게 적용해서 구체적으로 어떻게 관리하고 있는지 또 궁금합니다.
Question 3. Most of cases that players test positive occurred during the personal time of players, not during the matches. According to the presentation, it shows that the strict guideline should be applied even when players have their personal time. Please explain to us how BBB apply it now and give us some guidelines example. Again, this is a tough question. I don't have the immediate answer for this, because this is something which is very much in line with I would say the sportive department. I can only answer questions relating to more towards the administrative as well as commercial opportunities, and to a certain extent administrative areas. But as far as the players are concerned, I think, as you know, we have a very, very strict guideline with regards to COVID-19 measures. And the club is obviously concerned when players are returning, obviously, from the international break, when they go over to their respective countries for their matches. I think so long as they are in Germany, and I think the club is 100% aware of their movements and 100% aware of their activities, so long as they are in the confines of the club, or as long as they are in the confines of Germany at least. But as long when the players are with their respective countries and national teams, and this is something in the interest not just of the players but also of the national teams that these players play for, would also have to take that responsibility in that aspect. But I think I don't have the list of what guidelines there are, but I'm rest assured that there are very, very strict measures that are in place. And quarantine measures are very much in place. I think we all are aware of what happened to Emre Can and for as well as for one of our other players, Manuel Akanji, and both of them obviously were found to have the traces of COVID-19, but they were all free from any further infection on that aspect. But I think there is, in terms of quarantine measures, in terms of safe distancing measures, in terms of keeping health and safety in check, I think, like I said, I don't have the exact detail of those measures, but rest assured the club is 100% behind all these health and safety regulation checks in place.
네, 그 세 번째는 뭐 다 각자의 리그마다 다 비슷한 것 같습니다. 그래서 K리그 같은 경우도 뭐 경기 전, 그다음에 아침 기상했을 때, 훈련 전, 후 다 발열 체크를 하고 있고, 식사 시에도 이렇게 간격을 두고 나서 식사를 한다든지 하고 있는 상황들이 있습니다. 그래서 가장 비슷한 것 같고, 그래서 저의 답변을 해주신 네흐만 씨에게 다시 한번 감사의 말씀드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 지금까지 세 번째 발제에 대한 질의응답이었습니다. 네 번째 발제에 대해서는 경향신문의 김세훈 기자님께서 질문해 주시도록 하겠습니다.
네, 그 리얼 라이프 테크의 이 기술이 이렇게 시청자분들도 이렇게 들어보시면 아시겠지만 사실 이전부터 준비를 해왔던 거예요. 이 코로나 때문에 만든 게 아니라 이전부터 팬 익스피리언스를 극대화하고 개인화하고 그걸 디지털화하려고 계속 만들어왔던 기술에 코로나가 나와서 코로나로 인해서 뭐 이렇게 멀리 떨어져 앉고 싶은 사람들은 또 떨어져 앉게 유도하고 이런 게 붙은 기술이거든요. 그러니까 코로나 때문에 없던 게 생긴 게 아니라 있던 게 가속화된 아주 대표적인 모델이라고 봅니다. 질문만 빨리 드리겠습니다. 영국과 미국에서 이 시스템을 다 가동하셨다고 하는데 영국 팬들의 행동 양식하고 미국 팬들의 행동 양식의 차이가 있는지요?
The answer to that question would be yes. We've identified a number of key differences between US and UK sports fans, especially since COVID has broken out. First being that UK fans are a lot more likely to follow social distancing and obey new guidelines to wear masks, for example. And the reasoning for that is, unlike the US, the UK has had a country-wide rule and restriction that you have to follow in order to enjoy live sport. But also in the US, it differs state by state. You may have those in Florida that have simply no restrictions from returning to games, to other states where there are strict measures, and therefore there isn't a comprehensive understanding by the citizens of what they need to do when they return. This may change from January with the new administration that is coming in, who may have more of a tight-fisted approach. But for now, there is certainly that difference. And another one would be that US fans are more likely to spend whilst at an event or a sports fixture, mainly based on the fact that US games and US fixtures have a lot more intermittent breaks, whether it be for commercials or simply timeouts as a concept. Whereas in the UK, with football, for example, you have 45 minutes to enjoy, a 10-minute window break in the middle, and then again 45 minutes. And therefore, fans are less likely to make purchases in person because it takes them away from the game and they want to enjoy the short, limited time that they have.
네, 두 번째 질문입니다. 같은 팀 경기를 다시 보기 위해서 재방문하는 비율, 그리고 같은 음식 메뉴를 또 주문하는 비율, 이런 게 있다면 몇 % 정도 되나요?
So for this question, it may be too early to tell, as the UK has only really just let fans back into stadiums at quite a small capacity. However, on the small sample of people that have returned, we have immediately seen an increased rate of ordering food and beverage and merchandise items. This is mainly due to the new mobile solutions that, for example, Tottenham Hotspur have, because people are able to purchase and order from their seat and therefore not leave the venue to actually go and collect their food and beverage. They had, for the recent North London derby, around a 40% order rate of those that were actually using mobile, which is way above the sort of industry standard that teams and sports had at their venue in the UK before COVID broke out. We do think that there may need to be at least 5 home games for us to identify any more patterns or trends, but this is going to be quite difficult because a lot of the teams have ticket ballots whereby random individuals will be chosen to come back to a game, and therefore the same people will not have a repeat attendance, meaning that any sort of trend or pattern might not be as reliable if the same people were coming back.
마지막 질문입니다. 경기장에서 다양하게 개인들이 겪은 경험을 디지털화했는데요. 그걸 다른 사람과 같이 나눌 수 있는, 공유할 수 있는 참여 프로그램 같은 게 있나요?
We do. We have a number of programs where fans can leave feedback and reviews via a mobile app to give an overall experience of their day out. This would help teams and sports organizations improve the future experience at games for them as well as other fans. At the moment, this is done digitally because it's the simplest and most safe way for fans to give that feedback. But before COVID, and may well be again in the future, teams did have a physical presence, taking polls and examples and reviews from fans whilst they were leaving the stadium.
네, 이상으로 네 분 발제자와 그리고 토론자 간의 질의응답을 마치도록 하겠습니다. 지금부터는 남아있는 시간이 많지 않은 관계로 간략하게 토론자 자유토론을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자유토론은 좌장인 제가 토론자 네 분께 간략하게 하나씩 질문을 드리는 형식으로 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 먼저 갤럭시아 SM의 신선윤 이사님께 질문을 먼저 드리도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 발제가 이제 코로나19와 새로운 피트니스의 등장이라는 어떤 주제로 발제를 이제 하셨는데요. 그 내용을 기반으로 해서 보면 코로나 그 팬데믹 이전에는 뭐 국내 피트니스 업계 같은 경우에는 어떤 뭐 몸짱이라든지 웰빙 이런 트렌드에 따라서 굉장히 호황을 누리고 있었는데 그 팬데믹 이후에 정말 다른 어떤 스포츠 서비스 업보다도 가장 큰 타격을 받았다고 해도 과언이 아닌 그런 업종이라고 볼 수 있겠습니다. 발제한 어떤 그 캠타이라든지 또 우리가 흔히 회자되고 있는 그런 펠로톤의 사례를 봤을 때 향후 국내 어떤 이런 그 피트니스 업계가 추구해야 될 어떤 변화라든지 방향이 어떤 쪽으로 추구해야 될지를 한번 간략하게 의견을 듣고 싶습니다.
네, 코로나 사태로 인해서 사실은 이제 많이 바뀐 부분, 특히나 참여자 입장에서 본다면 늘 가던 피트니스를 못 가게 되는 상황이 가장 크게 달려졌다고 볼 수 있겠지만 실제로 산업 내에서 제가 보는 관점에서는 오늘 발표 내에서도 나왔던 그 가장 중요한 단어가 가속화라는 단어를 저는 주의 깊게 봤거든요. 사이먼 체딕 같은 경우도 제목에도 가속화가 있고 또 제가 봤던 주제 안에도 여러 번 그 캠타이의 마이크는 가속화라는 단어로 언급했습니다. 그만큼 피트니스 안에서 나오는 다양한 어떤 제공자가 하고 있었던 서비스들이 없던 것들이 있던 것들이 없어진 게 아니고 굉장히 발전해오고 있던 것들이 좀 더 훨씬 더 빠르게 이 우리 현실에 적용될 수 있는 상황이 펼쳐진 게 아닌가 저는 생각을 합니다. 그래서 코로나는 피트니스 산업을 굉장히 가속화시키고 있다라고 저는 좀 간주하고 싶고요. 이러기 위해서 또 살아남으려면 결국에 이제 몇 년 전부터 계속 나오고 있는 4차 산업이라든가 어떤 IT 기반의 기술 발전을 통해서 결과론적으로 도출된 것이 뭐냐라고 보면 상향 평준화라고 저는 생각을 합니다. 그래서 일반인들이 조금 더 나은 서비스를 경험하게 되는 거에 대해서 많은 대가를 지불하고 그 경험을 할 수 있었다면 이제는 기술 발전이라든가 이러한 어떤 상황 때문에 조금 더 플랫폼을 제공하는 사람들에 의해서 쉽게 다가가서 그 높아진 어떤 서비스를 경험할 수 있게 되고 좋은 기기들에 대한 어떤 정확하게 측정된 나의 운동 데이터를 내가 수집할 수 있게 되고 이런 것들이 예전에는 하지 못했던 것들이 어떤 기술의 가속화를 통해서 한층 더 빠르게 우리 손 안에 나타났다고 저는 생각을 합니다. 그 중에서도 조금 더 이제 우리가 앞으로 나아가고자 한다면 그런 기술을 소비자들이 조금 더 풍성한 어떤 혜택을 받고자 한다면 반드시 그 제공자도 거기에 따라가는 발전이 있어야 된다고 보는데 여기서 말하는 제공자라는 거는 트레이너의 영역을 조금 짚어보고 싶습니다. 그래서 실제로 우리나라에 있는 많은 트레이너들이 열심히 공부하고 있고 또 굉장히 어려운 자격증을 따러 해외에 나가기도 하고 많은 어떤 자료들을 보면서 공부하면서 이렇게 현장에서 소비자들한테 더 올바른 어떤 가르침을 주고 티칭을 하고 코칭을 하려는 노력을 하고 있는데 그런 상황 하에서 상향 평준화된 기술을 잘 쓸 수 있는 그런 좋은 트레이너들을 양성해낼 수 있는 그런 제도들이 어떤 기술의 가속화와 함께 제도도 가속화되면서 빨라지지 않을까. 그래서 그들 안에서도 서로 누가 뭐 낫다, 뭐 못하다 이런 것보다는 조금 더 표준화된 어떤 척도가 생겨서 트레이너들이 스스로도 수익도 많이 창출할 수 있고 그리고 기술 기반의 어떤 플랫폼 안에서도 그들이 활동할 수 있고 그들이 또 매력을 뽐낼 수 있고 소비자들이 그런 어떤 척도화된 그런 지표를 가진 트레이너들을 또 선별해서 선택할 수 있는 그런 환경이 생긴다면 조금 더 지금 이렇게 가속화되고 있는 글로벌 상황에서 국내 트레이너들, 국내 피트니스 시장이 세계적으로도 선도할 수 있는 환경이 되지 않을까 저는 생각했습니다.
네, 신선윤 이사님 답변 감사합니다. 두 번째 질문은 홍진배 교수님한테 드리겠습니다. 팬데믹 이후에 이런 어떤 스포츠 산업 관련인 산업이 위축되다 보니까 창업도 뭐 당연히 같이 이렇게 위축될 수뿐이 없는 상황인데요. 그럼에도 불구하고 우리가 뭐 어떤 창업에 대한 효과, 창업을 통한 어떤 벤처기업의 어떤 성공 이런 것에 파급 효과, 고용이라든지 어떤 경제적인 파급 효과를 보면 또 어떻게 보면 멈출 수 없는 지속적으로 지원하고 발굴해야 되는 그런 것들이 필요한데요. 대학에서 지금 스포츠 창업 지원센터를 이렇게 운영하고 계시는 그런 입장에서 이런 팬데믹 상황에서 어떤 스포츠 산업 관련 분야에서 어떤 창업이 가능한 분야 또는 그 밖에 이제 어떤 지원 대책이 필요할지 이런 창업을 하기 위해서는 이런 부분에 대한 어떤 의견을 좀 구하고 싶습니다.
질문 감사합니다. 지금 저희 대학에서도 이제 스포츠 산업 창업 지원센터 운영하고 있습니다만 사실 저희가 이제 국민체육진흥공단에서 지원해준 사업을 가지고 저희가 운영을 하고 있습니다. 지금 현재 스포츠 산업 자체에 대해서 많은 관심도 있고 해서 스포츠 산업 육성 진행되고 있고 저희는 지금 스포츠 산업에 대한 전반적인 지원에 있어서도 정부로서의 어떤 지원뿐만 아니라 최근에 민간 같은 것도 많이 유치해서 저희가 새로운 많은 창업을 원하고 창업을 통해서 더 많은 유니콘 기업으로 성장하고 싶은 그런 국내 스포츠 벤처 기업들한테 많은 프로그램과 함께 많은 투자 유치 같은 걸 제공해 드리고 있습니다. 앞으로 이제 코로나 시대 이후에는 아마 다양한 또 오히려 기회가 될 수 있는 또 다양한 스포츠 아이템들이 창업 아이템이 될 것으로 생각이 됩니다. 뭐 기존의 어떤 4차 산업혁명을 기반으로 한 AI, 빅데이터, 기존 IoT 이런 뿐만이 아니라 향후에는 또 이제 그 친환경 소재를 중심으로 한 어떤 스포츠 용품 쪽, 스포츠 바이오 소재 쪽 이런 사업들도 앞으로는 그 중요한 또 창업 아이템이 될 수 있을 거라 생각이 들고요. 항상 위기에는 기회가 있다는 것을 항상 저는 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 우리 많은 국내 스포츠 벤처 기업들도 또는 창업을 꿈꾸는 예비 창업 기업들도 이러한 기회가 또 올 수 있다는 그런 것을 생각을 해서 지금부터라도 계속해서 포스트 코로나 시대에 다양한 스포츠 사업 아이템 발굴에 대해서 많은 조사가 필요하지 않겠나 생각이 듭니다. 또 하나는 지금 오늘 우리 게임 프렌드 U를 통해서 느낀 게 있는데요. 사실 우리나라 벤처 기업 스포츠 관련된 그 창업 기업들이 상당히 많은 여러 가지 그 투자 유치에서 어려움이 있고요. 또 국내 어떤 그 자본만 투자 유치하는 것도 한계가 있기 때문에 이제는 좀 더 글로벌한 시장으로서부터 많은 해외 투자 유치도 저희가 계속 지속적으로 해야 되지 않겠나 생각이 듭니다. 따라서 오늘 게임 프렌드 U와 같은 그 해외에 있는 스포츠 기술 기반으로 한 창업 플랫폼 기업들이 함께 저희 국내 스포츠 기업들과 함께 창업 기업들과 함께 협업이 되게 된다면은요, 저희도 한번 해외 투자도 유치가 돼서 상당히 많은 스포츠 산업에 대한 어떤 그 글로벌화, 창업의 글로벌화가 가속화되지 않겠나 생각이 듭니다. 상당히 의미 있는 그런 오늘 시간이었다고 생각이 듭니다. 감사합니다.
네, 홍진배 교수님 답변 감사드립니다. 세 번째 질문은 프로축구연맹의 박종수 과장님께 드리겠습니다. 세 번째 발제 내용을 봤었을 때 FC 도르문트가 이제 홈구장을 코비드-19 그런 어떤 치료센터라든지 그런 것을 변형한다라든지 아니면은 뭐 노메러 왓 캠페인 이런 것들을 진행하거나 아니면 가상 아시안 투어를 진행하면서 뭔가 팬들에 대한 어떤 이런 그 팬데믹 상황에서도 팬들에 대한 서비스를 이렇게 다각화해 나가고 있는 사례를 봤습니다. 국내 뭐 프로 스포츠 상황을 고려해 봤을 때 그런 어떤 팬들의 충성도나 아니면 팬 동원 능력 뭐 이런 것들이 물론 상대적으로 차이가 많이 날 수 있지만 그래도 우리 프로 구단 특히 뭐 K리그에서 차원에서 그런 어떤 팬들에게 이런 상황에서 서비스할 수 있는 어떤 전략이 무엇이 있는지 이런 것들을 좀 한번 의견을 듣고 싶습니다.
네, 그 프로축구 구단에서는 뭐 올해 같은 경우는 코로나라는 걸 처음 접해봤고 뭐 모든 스포츠가 다 그렇겠지만 처음 접해봤고 했기 때문에 저희가 연봉 10% 자진 반납을 권고를 했고 이것들을 다 모아서 지역 사회에 다시 기부하는 이런 캠페인도 했고요. 아까 그 발표 자료에서도 봤듯이 코로나 때문에 모든 홍보 방법이나 그런 프로모션 방법들이 다 바뀌고 있는 것 같습니다. 그래서 컨텐츠화 돼야 되고 디지털화 돼야 되고 한데 아직 뭐 우리나라 스포츠는 아직 그 정도까지는 안 되는 것 같고 그래서 각 구단마다도 이제 다시 한번 다른 방법을 통해서 새로운 방법을 통해 가지고 컨텐츠화 시키고 뭐 홍보 직원들도 영상 관련 홍보 직원들도 뽑는다든지 하는 방법을 또 구상을 해야 될 것 같습니다. 네, 이상입니다.
예, 박종수 과장님 답변 감사드립니다. 마지막 질문은 경향신문의 김세훈 기자님께 드리겠는데요. 네 번째 이제 발제와 관련해서 리얼 라이프 텍 같은 경우에는 뭐 이런 그 각 관중들 어떤 유형에 따라서 그런 어떤 개별적인 어떤 대응을 한다라거나 비접촉 수단 플랫폼을 운영하고 그다음에 환자 정보 그런 어떤 공유 시스템을 통해서 그런 어떤 관중 관련된 어떤 이런 그 전략을 세우고 있었는데요. 국내 프로 스포츠가 물론 이제 뭐 북미, 미국이나 이런 유럽 스포츠와는 어떤 그 팬들의 어떤 특성이 다를 수는 있겠지만 그래도 그런 것들 가운데서 우리가 뭐 국내에서 좀 적용해 볼 수 있는 어떤 전략은 무엇이 있는지 이 부분에 대한 의견을 한번 듣고 싶습니다.
네, 우리가 이제 좀 더 근본적인 좀 말씀을 드리면은 우리가 맨날 우리가 뭐 마을은 스마트 경기장 한다라고 여러 프로구단들이 얘기를 합니다. 근데 우리가 정말 스마트 경기장의 개념을 알고 얘기하는 건지 단순히 표를 스마트폰으로 받고 치킨 주문할 때 주문했을 경우에 갖다 주고 화장실에 갔더니 거기에 TV가 있고 거기에 스피커가 여러 개가 있다. 그게 사실 스마트 경기장이 아니거든요. 지금 리얼 라이프 테크 같은 경우처럼 여기는 그러니까 모바일로 제 티켓을 스마트폰으로 받으면은 제가 어디로 들어가야 되는지 입구도 알려주고요. 그 전에 나는 붐비는 데가 싫다라고 해요. 붐비지 않는 길도 통로도 얘기해주고요. 나는 사람들이랑 좀 떨어져 앉고 싶다 그러면 그 사람은 또 간격이 더 넓은 좌석으로 줘요. 이런 식으로 지금 계속 하고 있는데 우리가 지금 스마트돔이라고 코로나하고 무관하게 말씀드린 것처럼 이게 사실 개인 정보, 개인 팬 경험의 극대화나 디지털화나 개인화로 점점 가고 있는 시국에서 우리가 생각하는 그 스마트 경기장이라는 개념이 뭘까를 우리 정부가 좀 미리 우리 산업계도 축구도 마찬가지 야구도 그렇고 그걸 좀 미리 정했으면 좋겠다라는 생각을 해요. 그리고 그걸 정한 뒤에 지금 우리나라는 스마트 경기장 사업이라고 하면서 한국 프로스포츠협회가 돈을 뭐 몇 억씩 이렇게 몇 구단한테 의지가 있는 구단한테 나눠주는데 그렇게 하지 말고 정부와 기업과 선수단과 스폰서들이 합심해서 우리가 정말 진정한 스마트 경기장 한번 만들고 싶다. 그런데 조금 더 많은 투자를 해서 좀 뭉칫돈을 주자는 거죠. 그래서 좀 성공 모델을 만들어야 된다라는 생각이 사실 앞서서 들고요. 이제 앞으로 시간 없으니까 제가 뭐 조금 코멘트를 몇 개 좀 드릴 게 있어요. 그러니까 앞선 좀 발제하고 좀 관련된 건데요. 일단 펠로톤이나 이런 거는 금액이 200만 원이 넘거든요. 근데 결국은 제가 보기에는 이제 이분 발제라면 저도 들은 게 이 펠로톤 자체나 뭐 미러나 이런 걸 파는 것보다는 우리가 운동을 집에서 할 수 있는 하나의 공통된 디바이스를 하나, 영상 관련 디바이스를 팔면은 거기다 사이클도 얹을 수 있고요, 요가도 얹을 수 있고요, 육상도 얹을 수 있고, 스트레칭도 얹을 수 있는 그런 공통된 하드웨어적인 디바이스를 좀 저렴하게 만들어 공급하는 게 시장을 좀 잡을 수 있는 게 아닐까. 일단 하드웨어를 사게 되면 누구나 소프트웨어를 만들면 거기다 탑재하고 싶어질 테니까요. 그리고 두 번째 드리고 싶은 말씀은 지금 이 개인 피트니스가 전부 개인들을 연결시키고 있거든요. 개인과 개인을 연결시키고 있는 건데 저는 하나 더 나가서 집과 짐, 그러니까 체육관과 집에서 하는 운동을 같이 묶을 수 있는 고민들을 체육시설업에서 해야 된다고 봐요. 짐하고 집을 연결한 이걸 어떻게 할 건가. 그래서 누구는 오늘 못 온다고 하면 집에서 이렇게 운동하세요라고 운동을 주면 되고 오고 싶은 사람 일주일에 한두 번 짐에 와서 훈련하는 거. 그걸 어떻게 같이 연결시킬까를 고민해야 될 것 같고요. 그리고 도르트문트는 이게 보면서 많은 분들이 이렇게 생각할 거예요. 야, 저거 도르트문트니까 할 수 있지. 한국은 저렇게 못해. 그러니까 맞아요. 도르트문트는 세계적인 구단이니까 아시아 전국 많은 나라를 상대로 해요. 그러면 우리 구단은 그렇게 못하면 우리 구단은 지역 연고에서도 이걸 해보자는 거죠. 특정 구단이 코로나 걸렸으니 우리가 아무것도 못해 이러지 말고 자체 영상도 제작하고 아니면 뭐 그 지역에 내 연고지 어떤 동네가 있는지 한번 직접 다니면서 한번 찍어도 주고 이런 식으로 해서 팬들 가까이 선수들이 있고 선수들이 팬들한테 온다는 걸 먼저 온다는 걸 보여줘야 되죠. 그러니까 도르트문트하고 스케일은 틀릴지 몰라도 하려고 하는 방식은 똑같거든요. 그러니까 우리가 그런 걸 좀 해야 된다는 거, 그걸 좀 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 이상입니다.
네, 답변해주신 김세훈 기자님 그리고 앞서 답변해주신 나머지 세 분 토론자 분께 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 자, 이제 뭐 시간이 거의 마칠 시간이 돼서 이제 마무리를 해야 될 시점이 됐습니다. 오늘 글로벌 스포츠 산업 컨퍼런스에 제가 좌장으로 참석하기에 앞서서 뉴노멀에 대한 정의에 대해서 다시 한번 좀 살펴봤었는데요. 뉴노멀이라는 것은 사실 2008년도 저희 그 글로벌 금융 위기 이후에 이제 나타난 어떤 용어라고 볼 수 있는데 새로운 어떤 시대적인 변화에 따라서 나타나는 표준이나 기준 이런 것들을 이제 우리가 뉴노멀이라고 정의를 내립니다. 2008년 글로벌 금융 위기 때는 뉴노멀이 뭐 저성장, 규제 그리고 뭐 그와 같은 어떤 키워드들이 이제 뉴노멀로 제시되었었는데요. 자, 오늘 우리가 한 분의 기조연설과 네 분의 발제자 그리고 토론을 통해서 뭐 여러 가지 어떤 의견들이 많이 나왔습니다. 스포츠 산업이 이 상황 팬데믹 상황에서 앞으로 스포츠 산업의 뉴노멀은 무엇이냐에 대한 어떤 여러 가지 얘기들이 나왔는데 그런 키워드들을 좀 정리해 보면 오늘 나왔던 공통적인 키워드들을 보면 뭐 연결성, 개인화, 상호작용, 온라인 스트리밍, 소프트웨어, 플랫폼, 구독 경제, 그리고 오늘 굉장히 새롭게 많이 나왔던 어떤 용어인 것 같습니다. 가속화라는 단어가 계속 많이 나왔었는데요. 뭐 이런 것들을 우리가 오늘 종합해 볼 때 스포츠 산업이 앞으로 어떻게 나아가야 될 뉴 노멀이라는 것이 어디로 우리가 추구해야 될지 한 방향에 대해서 한 걸음 더 다가갈 수 있는 그런 어떤 뜻깊은 자리가 아니었나 이런 생각을 하면서 오늘 컨퍼런스를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 마지막으로 오늘 컨퍼런스를 이렇게 자리를 마련해 주신 문화체육관광부, 그다음에 국민체육진흥공단 스포츠정책과학원, 오늘 발제자 그리고 토론자 여러분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드리면서 오늘 컨퍼런스 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 자, 한진욱 교수님의 뭐 깔끔한 진행과 또 국내 전문가분들의 알찬 내용까지 모두 잘 들어봤습니다. 오늘은요, 코로나19 이후의 글로벌 스포츠 산업 전망이라는 주제로 5분의 이 해외 연사분들이 발표를 해주셨고 또 이에 대한 심도 깊은 토론까지 이야기 나눠봤습니다. 자, 코로나라는 이 특수한 상황 때문에 저희가 한자리에 모이지 못하고 올 한 해는 이 온라인 웨비나라는 형태로 여러분들을 찾아뵙었는데요. 하루빨리 이 상태가 좀 종식이 돼서 다음에는 한자리에 모여서 다 같이 이 스포츠 시장에 대한 이야기 나눠봤으면 하는 바람입니다. 저희는 내년에도 좀 다양한 주제로 좀 다시 찾아뵐 예정인데요. 혹시나 꼭 다뤄봤으면 하는 주제가 있으시다면요. 지금 보고 계시는 영상에 댓글 남겨주시면 되니까요. 많은 참여 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 문화체육관광부가 주최하고 한국스포츠정책과학원이 주관하는 2020 글로벌 스포츠 산업 컨퍼런스 시청해주신 여러분들 다시 한번 감사합니다. 지금까지 저는 서울경제TV 아나운서 강주리였습니다. Today, we talked about various issues in the global sports industry after COVID-19. I'm sure that the conference suggested meaningful insights for the Korean sports industry. I'd like to thank you for your time at the 2020 Global Sport Industry Conference. Hope to see you in the next year again. Thank you.